Can I ask everyone to take their seats so we can begin? So thank you, everyone. It is now 9 a.m. and I do have my quorum, so I intend to begin. So as I mentioned yesterday, today we will begin. First, I'm going to give a brief update and conclude on document 11.4 on the rules of procedure for the Conference of the Parties. And then we will move to the items that remained from yesterday's agenda, starting with item 36 on Asian big cats. And as a reminder, I will take the individual cat-associated items, and I will then work on item 69 after we discuss African lions, jaguars, and cheetahs. But first, again, committee, I will turn your attention to Doc 11.4. So you will recall that in this document, there are proposals from the Working Group on the Rules of Procedure to the Conference of the Parties to amend Rule 25.6 in particular. And in the meeting, Monday, we had a discussion, and in particular, we heard concerns from some committee members and parties regarding the proposal by the Working Group to change the order in which proposals are decided from the least restrictive effect on trade to the most. And there were also a few concerns with the discretion to the chair to exceptionally propose a different order, if appropriate. So I had asked for a small working group of parties to discuss this matter, recognizing that the order of decision-making is quite relevant in planning the Conference of the Parties. So we had a good discussion. It gave us some more common understanding about other aspects of Rule 25.6 that are being proposed to be amended, but overall there was not agreement on least or most or how to manage that issue. So therefore, I conclude that the committee will agree to forward the recommendations of the working group to the Conference of the Parties. Those are the amendments in Rule 7, in Rule 25.5, and the amendments in Rule 25.6. In reporting to the Conference of the Parties, the Standing Committee will underscore that there was not full agreement on these amendments, and in particular, that there was not agreement on whether to change the order from the least restrictive effect on trade to the most restrictive effect on trade. And I will additionally note that some committee members also expressed concerns about however the chair may exceptionally propose a different order, underlining the importance of transparency in that sort of decision making. So the Conference of the Parties then will be left to decide early on which order they prefer. So that is what I conclude based on the discussions. I do thank parties for participating, and I will see if there's any comments on that conclusion. I see Indonesia and Israel. Indonesia, please, you have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. It seems we survived last night from our very late meeting. In this regard, on 11.4, Madam Chair, I'm afraid we have to object to your conclusion and your way forward because, as you have mentioned, we don't have consensus in this regard. And since the task given to our committee is to agree or not to disagree to submit this to the COP, the issue to the COP, then we don't agree to submit it to the COP. Unless we have a consensus, then we submit it to the COP. That's the way we read it, and that's the way Rule 15 of the Rules of Procedure of the Standing Committee provides. So I'm afraid, I apologize, Madam Chair, we cannot agree to submit this to the COP, and we should discuss it further among us, committee members, because this is our job. Our job is to filter what goes to the COP. We shouldn't just send everything we have in our table to the COP. Our job is to filter it and consider which one should go up, is ready to go up, and which one is not ready to go up. And for us, this issue is very significant because it's very sensitive for the developing world. And we don't want this CITES organization to be considered as targeting the development world, right? Because there was the reason, there was a rationale why us, the parties to this convention, a few COPs before, agreed to start with the least restrictive, and then if we don't agree, we go to the more restrictive, and not the other way around. So please, Madam Chair, and colleagues, and especially members of the committee, to reconsider. Because the way we understand it, if there is no consensus procedurally, we submit nothing to the COP. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. I will continue to take comments. 2 points, however. I had encouraged parties to continue to discuss, but it was the impression, the reaction, I guess, I was given in the working group is that they felt that this was intractable, that this was simply something that the Conference of the Parties would have to move forward. So unless parties are indicating a bit more flexibility on one side or the other, I'm not sure that there is much more discussion to be had. With regarding Rule 15, consensus is an agreement, it's not unanimity. And so if there's an objection, of course, the Standing Committee member could ask for a vote, but I do need to be able to present something forward. And so I will continue to take comments. I saw Israel and then China.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, one issue which we agreed on, which I think you maybe didn't mention or stress in your summary, was that there was agreement in the group that every single proposal would be presented for discussion as one of the important points of the rules, and I think that should go into the record. In terms of Indonesia's comment, we would fully support the Chair's conclusion to bring it to the Standing Committee to leave the Rule 25.6 as it is, saying that the least restrictive will go first, but to extend to the COP the message that the Standing Committee did not reach a consensus. So we concur with your suggestion to do it that way. Thank you.
Thanks, Israel. And yes, that's true that the discussion in the working group was focusing on the order. There did seem to be general agreement with the first proposed amendment to Rule 25.6 on ensuring that all proposals are introduced, and also the last point on ensuring that all taxon within a proposal are addressed. It is the two amendments in the middle, the least most and the exceptionally proposed, where there is disagreement. And that's a good point. This would not be presented as a consensus. This would be presented as the conclusions with the lack of consensus. So it's a report to the COP. China, please. You have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to align with Indonesia's intervention. I think that what we are discussing are the rules of procedure of the COP, and so we must truly respect the rules. rather than creating exceptions. So I would like to highlight 2 points. The first, if we haven't yet got consensus and without the agreement of the Standing Committee, no document should be submitted to the COP. That's what I understand under the rules of procedures of the Standing Committee and of this current meeting. Secondly, neither the working group nor any other working group nor a part of the members of the Standing Committee or no group of CITES parties should replace or remove the rights for decision-making of the Standing Committee. So this Standing Committee must take a decision with consensus or without consensus. We must not force it, or maybe find other ways of working around the Standing Committee. So there is the fact that there is a major divergence within the members of the Standing Committee. There is not agreement at the level of the committee on this report, and in particular on this recommendation. So we are against sending this report as it stands to the COP. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to try to clarify what I see to be the decision before the committee. The committee was given a mandate by the Conference of the Parties, so we need to present something to the Conference of the Parties. We have, as a committee, already agreed to changes to Rule 7 and Rule 25.5 with a small consequential amendment to 25.6. So those will be presented to the Conference of the Parties by the Standing Committee, as was agreed at SC 73. So what we have before us now is whether or not to present amendments to Rule 25.6 to the Conference of the Parties. I see two paths forward based on the interventions. The first path forward is the one that I described, where we, as a committee, present the outcomes of the discussion that the working group brought to the Standing Committee, recognizing that there is not consensus, particularly focused on the point about least versus most and the discretionary changing of order with the chair. The other 2 points I would recommend in the report from the Standing Committee to the Conference of the Parties to say that there was general agreement on making sure all proposals are presented and that all tax are dealt with. And then, of course, the Conference of the Committee decides. The other option is that the Standing Committee did not feel comfortable with any of the recommendations provided by the working group, and thus will only present those that were agreed at SC 73, basically being the change to Rule 7 and the change to Rule 25.5 with the consequential amendment to 25.6. So those are the two paths forwards that I see. I need to present something to the Standing Committee. That is my obligation to the Conference of the Parties. Plus, we have already agreed some decisions. So those must be sent forward. So those are the two options that I see. And so what I would ask from the committee members to give me a sense of which of those options you prefer, so I can get a sense of what the group is feeling. And depending on my sense of the majority feel, that is where I will go. In the reference to the rules, if the committee, of course, is not comfortable with that, it does offer that if we fail to reach consensus, we can propose the adoption of the decision be put to a vote. I do not wish to propose this, so I'm looking instead for your views on which of those two options. I think I understand Indonesia and China would prefer option 2, which is not bringing forward the 25.6 amendments. I will seek the rest of the views of the rest of the committee. But that is now how I propose to deal with this issue. So with that, I open the floor to the members of the Standing Committee, please. Indonesia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On your proposed way forward to submit the results of the discussion of the deliberation of 7.2 and 25.5, we don't have a problem. You have our support to submit this to this COP. But for 25.6, just for the record, since there's no agreement, we don't agree to submit, in particular, the draft proposal of this article. You can mention that we have discussed it, we have made deliberation on this, but we have nothing for the time being, because that's what happened. We don't have consensus on the discussion in 25.2. So I would urge and the chair that the chair even does not specify this issue of lease of moss because we don't have consensus among us. So, but for 7.2 and 25.5, we are fine. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. So I'm going to take your intervention to be in favor of what I'm going to call option 2, not submitting the proposed amendments to 25.6. I am also presuming that China prefers option 2, not submitting 25.6. I'm now seeing some reactions, which I would appreciate. So Namibia, please, followed by Senegal.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to you all. Namibia also would like to align herself with the comments made by Indonesia and China, and we therefore would like to go with your second proposal. That's not to mention any amendments to 25.5. Thank you.
Thank you, Namibia. Senegal, please, followed by Belgium.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to go in a different direction to the two previous interventions. This is not about the decisions. This is about telling the parties what we have done during our work. And the aim and vocation of CITES is to go for the best options for the taxons. So I think we must transfer and present the results of our work so that everyone will be aware of it.
Thank you, Senegal. So I take from your intervention you prefer option 1 to bring forward the changes. Thank you, Senegal. Belgium, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we support the previous speaker that we would tend to go for option 1 to present all the work of the working group to COP. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. North America, please.
Thank you, Chair. The North American region also supports option 1. Thank you.
Oceania, please.
Thank you, Chair. Oceania also supports option 1.
Israel, did I see your hand?
Yeah, we just wanted to be clear that we're also option 1. It seems like we're taking a vote, even though we're not really taking a vote.
That is an excellent point, but I needed to get that sense of the room. So thank you, Israel. China, did you wish to intervene again?
I will.
I would like to react to the position of our friends from Senegal. Does that mean that if on behalf of the Asia region I wanted to have a draft resolution to the 75th meeting, that we'll do the opposite without agreement? Are we going to have the Standing Committee also submit the document without the agreement of the committee and without consensus? We're going to still discuss a lot of subjects and reports, and perhaps not all will be subject to consensus. So are we going to transfer all the reports with the disagreements or the lack of agreement in them? I think the Standing Committee and our meeting should be used to carry out our work and not keep postponing all the decisions until the COP. We should avoid double standards. because for 2 days, when we deliberate over reports where there are different opinions, we try to judge which option we should take rather than postponing everything to the COP.
Thank you, China. So, in my sense, for the past 2 days, we have worked through a number of documents, and there has been a number of different expressions of views, and they're not always in the same way. We have, I'm thinking of a previous document where we had some support for moving some decisions forward and also some hesitation. And based on the discussion, I would come to a conclusion and seek the agreement of the committee. And this is what we have been doing throughout. And this is how we have worked for many years, and I believe it has been effective. I believe we have had the opportunity as a committee to hear each other, to discuss, and to bring ideas forward. And where there is no agreement, we bring that forward as well. We ultimately recognize that we are providing advice to the Conference of the Parties who are making those decisions. So, again, I think that consensus and ideally unanimity is fantastic, but we don't always arrive at unanimity. Consensus is bringing forward what we have collectively discussed, and I tend to take the read of the room in what we're bringing forward. So I'm really back at, I see 2 ways forward. Either we submit the work that was agreed at SC 73 without submitting the amendments to 25.6, as has been proposed and supported by Indonesia, by China, and by Namibia thus far, or we submit the work that was agreed at 73, at SC 73, and we additionally submit this work, recognizing, of course, that there wasn't full agreement, that there were different perspectives, different points of views. Like I said, I did try to have a working group to try to arrive to see if there could be a common understanding and a common view, but that was not successful. So now, given the time we have, this is the proposed path I'm going to take, and I will continue on this path as we do need to have a conclusion. So with that, I see Peru. Peru, please.
Buenos días.
Good morning. When listening to the parties, we think we should put forward the changes to Article 7 and 25.5, and we should leave 25.6 as noted without consensus.
Thank you, Peru. So I understand from your intervention that you concur with Indonesia, China, and Namibia? Okay, thank you, Peru. That's helpful. Israel, please.
I would like to propose a way forward that hopefully Indonesia, China, and all the other members of the committee would concur with. Perhaps you would call it option 3. Option 3 would be to, the areas that we've already agreed on, 7 and 25.5 are fine, and we would propose to bring to the COP a report from the Standing Committee that says that we discussed Rule 25.6. We agreed on all the aspects of 25.6 except for the one point on least and most, and leave only that one point as a point that we would leave to the COP to decide before they start their meeting. So option 3, we would hope, would be a way that Indonesia and Kenya and China can see forward as bringing only one point of lack of consensus, as opposed to the whole rule, to the COP.
Thank you, Israel. Your description there was essentially my option 2, however, because, again, I was going to underline that it was that point on the least versus most and the next point on exceptionally propose a different order that was, in particular, difficult and where there was a significant lack of consensus. So what you were describing was what I was anticipating bringing forward as that option 2.
In light of that, then we would call for a vote.
Thank you. If I can beg your indulgence, Israel, can I first take the intervention from Kuwait? Thank you so much. Kuwait?
Thank you, Chair. We'll support option 2.
So, in accordance with Rule 15, whenever the committee fails to reach consensus, a representative of the regional members, such as our country Israel, from at least 2 regions may propose that the decision be put to a vote. So Israel, representing the European region, has proposed that this decision between these 2 options be put to a vote. Does any other party agree? Africa, I see Senegal, you're raising your flag, so you concur that we should put to a vote?
Our region was in favor of option 1 and view the trend that's developing. There are more in favor of that than rejection of that. Then we could follow the number of those who are in favor. But if there's a need to vote, then of course we'll go to that.
Thank you. So the motion to put forward to a vote has been supported by Senegal. So now, in accordance with Rule 15.2, in the case of a vote, the decision of the committee shall be taken by simple majority of the regional members casting an affirmative or negative vote. And then in the case of a tie. So let's take a vote. So I will try to be very clear on what we are voting on so that you are able to understand what your affirmative or negative vote means. Perhaps I will lay down what I propose to be voted with a yes or no vote, and then I will see if there's any comments or confusion, because I do want to make sure everyone is aware of what we're going to vote on. So as chair, I am proposing that we, what I've been calling option 2, submit the amendments to Rule 25.6 as found in document 11.4, noting in particular that of these amendments, the committee did not achieve consensus on the amendment on the order. So this would be the change from least to most, and the point about the chair exceptionally proposing a different order. So the report of the committee, my proposal is that the report of the committee include the amendments that the working group had proposed to the committee, with noting that those amendments related to order and the chair's discretion are not agreed by consensus. So if you vote yes, you agree that this information should be transmitted to the Conference of the Parties for their consideration. If you vote no, you are voting against the transmission of the amendments in paragraph to Rule 25.6, and those would not be transmitted. Instead, the report would simply indicate that we had a discussion and consensus were not achieved. So yes, we transmit the information. No, we do not. I hope that's clear. I will see if there's any questions of clarification. Canada, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Since we are going to a vote, I would just like clarification on why wouldn't we vote on the least to most directly?
Because that wasn't what Israel put asked me to put to a vote. Israel asked me to put to a vote what we would put to the Conference of the Parties.
Thank you, Chair.
So I'm just going to make sure I have my appropriate list of representative members so that I can make sure I ask the right vote. So just give me a second. The United States, do you have a point of order? Okay, so if I could ask the committee members, so we can move forward with the vote. I'm just noticing that our colleagues from Central and South America, ¿estamos listos? Gracias.
Are we ready? Thank you.
Okay, so I am going to ask by a show of hands for those members of the committee who vote in support of bringing forward the amendments for discussion by the Conference of the Parties of Rule 25.6. So that's a yes vote. So I would like those parties, those members of the committee who vote yes, to please raise their placards. I will call you out to make sure I have an accurate representation. So again, yes, raise your placard. So I have Senegal, Belgium, Georgia, Israel, Poland, Australia for Oceania, North America, Congo. So those are those who vote in favor of bringing the proposals forward to the Conference of the Parties. And now I would like those who vote no, who do not want the proposed amendments to 25.6 brought to the Conference of the Parties, to please raise your placards. So no, please. So I have China, Indonesia, Kuwait, Peru, Ethiopia, Namibia. So, as per Rule 15.2, in the case of a vote, a decision of the committee shall be taken by simple majority. I have 8 votes in favor, 8 yes votes, and 6 votes opposed, no votes. So therefore, I determined that the simple majority of the committee agrees with the transmission of the results of the working group on 25.6 to the Conference of the Parties, with the clear explanation in the report of the Standing Committee that consensus was not achieved, notably on the order and the authority to the chair to exceptionally propose a different order. Thank you very much. I thank you for taking your time to walk with me through that discussion. I think now we can turn to the next item on our agenda. Japan, you have a point of order?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegation of Japan highly regret that the voting takes place in this forum, and we should stick to the extent possible to the spirit of compromise and spirit of consensus in this forum, and we don't want to see this happening again in this particular session and in the COP in the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. I think we can take a note of that. I certainly do my best to try to find a path that will have the most support. So I also regret that I was not successful in doing so. So with that, perhaps we can then turn to document 36, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to all of you.
The Secretariat summarizes in document 36 on illegal trade in Asian big cats some of the key aspects contained in the reporting received from 11 parties on the implementation of Resolution Conf 12.5, Rev Cop 18 on the conservation of and trade in tigers and other Appendix 1 Asian big cat species and related decisions. This includes matters such as the conservation status of Asian big cats, the management practices and controls concerning facilities keeping Asian big cats in captivity, enforcement measures and activities to address illegal trade, the sharing of samples of seized specimens that could contain tiger DNA, and images of seized tiger skins, and the reduction of demand for illegally traded tiger and other Asian big cat specimens. Continued seizures of Asian big cat specimens, including specimens that originated from captive breeding facilities, and the potential impact on this illegal trade on Asian big cat populations remains of concern. Further strengthened and scaled up efforts are therefore needed. The Secretariat can also provide a brief update on paragraphs 38 and 39 in the present document, which relates to missions to parties which have Asian big cats captivity, Asian big cat captive breeding facilities of concern within their territories. The committee took note of the modus operandi for these missions at SC 70, but it had at that time funds were lacking to undertake the missions. We are pleased to inform the committee that since this document was written, the UK have generously provided external funds, which should allow us to undertake some of these missions to the parties concerned in the coming month. The Secretariat is therefore very hopeful that we will be able to provide a progress report on this work at SC 75 as required by decision 18.108B. We ask the committee to note this oral update. The Standing Committee is invited to consider the recommendations prepared by the Secretariat in paragraph 44 of the document. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So, Standing Committee, we are now looking at SC 74, Doc 36 on Asian big cats, the report of the Secretariat. So in particular, the Secretariat makes some recommendations to the Standing Committee in paragraph 44, and I look for your comments and advice on the recommendations of the Secretariat. I'll open the floor first to members of the Standing Committee. I'll also invite observer parties who wish to comment to raise their flag. Okay, so I have China, followed by the United Kingdom and the United States.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair. China supports the recommendations made by Secretariat and agrees favorably on the mission of the Secretariat by other parties on decision 1808 on the application of law enforcement in their countries on a voluntary basis. Thank you.
Thank you, China. I turn to the United Kingdom, please.
Thank you, Chair. We thank the Secretariat for the report and agree with the recommendations. It clearly highlights that there is still considerable work to do to fully implement a number of the recommendations relating to Asian big cats agreed at COP18. And we emphasise the importance of doing so, including the reporting that has been requested of parties. In this respect, we recognised in particular the difficulties that have been faced in undertaking the missions specified in Decision 18.108. to facilities that may be of concern keeping Asian big cats in captivity. As we've heard, the UK is therefore working with the Secretariat to provide some funding towards missions in the hope that they could commence without much further delay. We hope that the effectiveness of such missions can be assured through engagement of appropriate practical and technical expertise, particularly those with previous experience of undertaking relevant inspections and related activities, and those with expertise in Asian big cat conservation and trade issues, and with a strong focus on the risk of illegal trade, both when developing the terms of reference and in undertaking the missions. Further, we would urge those parties in whose territories there are facilities which may be of concern keeping Asian big cats in captivity to work closely with the Secretariat to facilitate the missions. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. I see Poland, so I'll take Poland and then the United States. Poland, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We support recommendations for Standing Committee to encourage parties to further implement relevant decisions concerning Asian big cats and the resolution 12.5. We regret that only a limited number of parties affected by illegal tiger trade or keeping tigers in breeding facilities provided the responses to the Secretariat. We acknowledge good measures and practices certain parties concerning monitoring of facilities keeping Asian big cats and disposal of Asian big cat specimens that die in captivity to prevent parts and derivatives from entering illegal trade. We urge all countries to demonstrate strengthened cooperation on law enforcement against illegal trade in Asian big cats. We invite parties to note the information document by the Czech Republic on the outcome of the Tigris ID project, INVDOC 16. We encourage parties to continue providing samples to this project in accordance with decisions 18.104. We note that due to the COVID-19 measures limiting meetings and travel, the missions to identified countries as anticipated by decision 18.108 did not take place. We invite the Secretariat to carry out missions to identified countries with breeding facilities based on financial resources available and when the current restrictions enable such missions. We welcome UK support in this regard, and we also invite the countries involved to welcome such missions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Poland. I will go back to my list. I have the United States to be followed by India and then South Africa. United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Noting the limited or ad hoc progress in implementing decisions 17.226 and 18.100 through 109, the United States urges the Standing Committee to continue to stress the importance of implementing them and also consider whether any time-bound, country-specific measures are warranted. We also support adoption of the recommendations contained in document SC 74, document 36, continuation of decision 14.69, and consideration of any necessary amendments to decisions 17.226 and 18.100 through 109 for consideration of COP19 or the renewal of these decisions with no amendment as appropriate. With regard to the missions called for in decision 18.108, we share the frustration that none of the missions were able to be undertaken to date, but greatly appreciate the funding provided by the United Kingdom and look forward to those missions taking place as soon as possible. We also support the comments of the United Kingdom with regard to the need for well-crafted terms of reference in advance of undertaking those missions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United States. And United States in particular draws our attention to the existing decisions and the suggestion to roll them over, to renew them. And so if the committee agrees with that, certainly the chair and myself can work on ensuring that they get rolled into the next for consideration for continuation by the Conference of the Parties. But India, you were next on my list, followed by South Africa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. India is proud to be the home of over 70% of the world's tiger population, and also the only range state for all species of Asian big cats. We have taken several conservation measures to secure and improve the wild populations of Asian big cats, and we are ready to share our learnings and best practices with other range states, particularly with respect to protection, habitat management, and scientific assessment of populations. Poaching and illegal trade in body parts due to demand driven by consumer countries are biggest threat to our tiger conservation efforts. Parties identified in SC 70 Doc 51 as having facilities of concern for keeping captive Asian big cats should prohibit the breeding of tigers for commercial trade, inventorize captive population using DNA, and ensure monitoring and law enforcement are in place against facilities involved in illegal trade. We would like to express our concern at the lack of progress in the implementation of the decisions relating to Asian big cats, and in particular decisions 18.101, 18.102, 18.108, 18.109, and decision 14.69. We appreciate that the COVID-19 pandemic has presented extenuating circumstances, but are mindful that none of the recommendations in paragraph 44 of the Secretariat's report addresses revision of the unimplemented decisions for presentation and consideration by COP19. Accordingly, in addition to the recommendations in paragraph 44, we would like to suggest that the Standing Committee adopts a recommendation to appropriately revise those decisions in relation to Asian big cats which are yet to be implemented and propose their adoption by the Conference of Parties at COP19. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, India. And thank you for that point on the decisions, which echoes the view expressed by the United States. I have South Africa, followed by Thailand, please. South Africa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. South Africa takes note of the recommendation in paragraph 44, and together with our provincial authorities, we will undertake inspections of all our facilities within South Africa with captive bred tigers to ensure accurate record keeping. We are in the process of exploring our domestic legislation to ensure stricter regulations of these facilities in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, South Africa. Thailand, please. Thailand, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thailand would like to commend the French government and the CITES Secretariat for your endeavor in organizing the face-to-face meeting amidst the challenge during the pandemic crisis. Thailand remains its intention to implement the regular monitoring and inspection of tigers in captive facilities to ensure that the management practices and controls are adequate to prevent tiger specimens from entering illegal trade from or through such facility, and to ensure strict application of all management practices and control implemented to regulate the activities of facilities that keep tiger in captivity, including with regards to the disposal of specimens from tiger that die in the captivity. Apart from those management practices, Thailand also applies the measure to reduce demand for wildlife consumption, in particular the use of tiger specimens for various purposes. We support the recommendation made by the Secretariat in this document and ready to welcome a mission from the Secretariat once the resource is viable and the situation associated with the COVID-19 pandemic permits. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Thailand. I will continue to take requests from the floor from parties. I will also invite observers, 1 or 2 observers who wish to comment, to raise their flag. I see the Environmental Investigation Agency, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Since this is the first time I am taking the floor, I would like to thank the Government of France for arranging this in-person meeting. I am now speaking on behalf of 21 NGOs and will provide an updated list to the Secretariat. We agree with the Secretariat and previous speakers that much more needs to be done, particularly in this Year of the Tiger. Document 36 demonstrates that decisions 14.69, 17.226, and 18.100 through to 18.109 have not been sufficiently implemented, and we support the US call that at the very least they should be retained at COP19, coupled with increased implementation efforts. In relation to decision 18.108, we welcome the news that the UK and the 4PAWS, the NGO, have committed funding for these missions to take place before COP19, and we urge China, Lao PDR, and South Africa to welcome these missions. As recommended to the CITES Secretariat by 52 expert organisations and individuals, the mission terms of reference should include a risk assessment approach, including the identification of red flags around potential illegality and management policies. And we support the call from the United Kingdom that the missions should involve relevant enforcement and technical experts in the mission team. As per decision 18.109, we call upon the committee to propose additional urgent, time-bound country-specific measures at this meeting. In the absence of a working group session at this meeting, we propose the following as a minimum. Laos and Vietnam should report on improved collaboration to investigate and disrupt tiger farm trade chains. China should commit to closing its domestic market for Asian big cats, including licensed trade in leopard bone medicine. China, Lao PDR, and Myanmar should demonstrate strengthened cooperation on law enforcement against Asian big cat trade at border towns. China and Vietnam should launch evidence-based and expert-led behaviour change initiatives to reduce demand for Asian big cats, their parts and products. And we support the call from India for parties with captive tiger facilities of concern to prohibit further breeding and take stronger measures to prohibit trade. If the committee is unable to make recommendations at this meeting, the Secretariat should be tasked with preparing time-bound country-specific measures in their Asian Big Cat report to COP19. Chair, the first phase of the Global Tiger Recovery Programme demonstrates that tiger numbers can be restored, but tiger conservation, including through CITES, needs to be urgently strengthened. We call upon all tiger range states to adopt a zero-tolerance approach to trade in and demand for tigers, their parts and derivatives, in order to enable recovery of tiger and other Asian big cat populations across their range. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, EIA. And I was going to conclude, but I see China would like to make an additional intervention. So China, please, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair. I see that the representative of this organization hasn't heard what I've said, so I would like to repeat that China supports the suggestion by the Secretariat and very much agrees with Secretariat missions with parties concerned by decisions 18.108. I think our position is therefore very clear. Furthermore, we are very much opposed to unfounded accusations that may be made on China on the protection. China has banned international and national trade of tiger, and we apply a zero-tolerance policy on the illegal trade of specimens of Asian big cats and their products. However, taking into account that the wild specimens in captivity are reproducing This goes further than the convention. China does not accept any measures on their national legislation or issues relating to it. We encourage parties to strengthen the measures of implementation of their own national legislation on a voluntary basis. Thank you.
Thank you, China. And I think your point regarding the missions in particular was clearly made, as you noted. So, committee, seeing no more requests for the floor, first of all, it's my sense that the committee agrees with the recommendations in paragraph 44 provided by the Secretariat. We note with regret that due to various circumstances, there was not as much progress on these activities as we had originally hoped when we adopted these decisions as parties at the Conference of the Parties. We welcome the funding support that has been newly identified for the missions. Given the slower progress, however, as I heard from the United States and India, there is merit in advancing renewal of the decisions on Asian big cats to the Conference of the Parties. And so my suggestion on that front would be that the committee ask the Secretariat, working with the chair of the committee, to update these decisions in terms of their timing, references to meetings, et cetera, and bring them again to the Conference of the Parties to be renewed. Okay, so we will add that additional recommendation, asking the Secretariat to work with the chair of the Standing Committee to advance a renewal of decisions 18-100 to 109, decision 17-226, and 14.69 to the Conference of the Parties. Thank you very much for your interventions on this item. As I mentioned, I will take the Big Cat Task Force at the end of this group. So right now, I would like to turn our attention to item 74 on African lions.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning. And first of all, what a pleasure it is to be back all together here. I'm going to be referring to document SC 74, Doc 74 on African lions. It's a report of the Secretariat, but I should note that it includes in paragraphs 9 and 10 for completeness a little note about the work of the Animals Committee on lions, but it should be noted that the Animals Committee made no recommendations to the Standing Committee on this subject. The committee will note in the document that some progress has been made with the implementation of the suite of decisions, but that other activities were not completed due to absence of external funding and delays due to the cancellation of meetings. So it's a rather similar situation to the previous document. We've made some progress through our cooperation with the Convention on Migratory Species, as you'll see. And we also have funds in hand to hold a meeting of the African Carnivores Initiative and to carry out some work on non-detriment findings later this year. And for that, we're grateful to the European Union, Switzerland, and the United States of America for financial support. Concerning the commissioned report on legal and illegal trade in lions and other big cats, which is mentioned in paragraphs 11 and 12, this report is presently being proofread. The contract terminates at the end of this month. We thank the Netherlands and the United Kingdom for the support for this report. It'll be ready for the expected meeting of the African Carnivores Initiative, which we hope to hold before COP19, and for consideration by the Standing Committee at a future meeting. Chair, although some activities are still to come, we've made less progress than we would have liked on this suite of decisions. And for that reason, the Secretariat believes that many or most of the elements in the decisions will need continuation after COP19. Now, the Conference of the Parties has requested both the Secretariat and the Standing Committee to provide reports on progress on the implementation of these decisions, and we think in the interest of efficiency these should be harmonized or brought together. You'll see that our suggestion is that the Standing Committee mandates its chair to ensure that the two reports are coherent and that the continuation of all uncompleted activities in these decisions is assured at the Conference of the Parties. Chair, thank you. That concludes my introduction.
Thank you, Secretariat, for the presentation of this report, which the Standing Committee is invited to take note of. And further, as the Secretariat has indicated, there has not been as much progress, and thus not all aspects of these decisions has been concluded. And so the Standing Committee is invited to request the Secretariat working with the Chair of the Standing Committee to advance those elements of the decisions that have not been completed for renewal by the Conference of the Parties in a coherent manner. So I will put that to the committee, and I will seek first inputs from members of the Standing Committee. I'll also invite observer parties who might wish to comment on Doc 74 to raise their flags. Tanzania, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United Republic of Tanzania commend the work done by the Secretariat in producing the Doc SEC 74, Doc 74, highlighting the implementation and progress therein. Tanzania noted with concern the financial and time constraints which has hindered the full implementation of the Decision 18.244 and the Decision 18.246, and therefore the need for the further continued support. In this regard, Tanzania supports the recommendation presented by the Secretariat under the paragraph 17 of the present document. However, in the implementation of Decision 18.24E has created the divergence opinion among African lion range states, as most of their concerns were not adequately integrated into the draft guidance for the conservation of lion in Africa. Tanzania also was the member of the working group. We therefore concur with the draft decision by the Secretariat in order to allow the Secretariat more time to mobilize resources to endeavor implement the decision 82.244 and 18.246. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Tanzania. I'll continue to take interventions from members of the committee as well as observer parties. And I'll also invite one or two observers who wish to speak on this matter. So I will take two observers. I see the Convention on Migratory Species and the Pan-African Sanctuary Alliance. Good eyes. CMS, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to highlight that both the CITES Animals Committee and the CMS Scientific Council in 2021 encouraged the range states of the joint CITES CMS African Carnivores Initiative at their next meeting to consider the revised guidelines for the conservation of the lion in Africa once it has been prepared by IUCN in collaboration with the CITES and CMS Secretariats and in consultation with African lion range states. As mentioned by the CITES Secretariat, the next ACI range states meeting is envisaged to be held this year. Apart from reviewing the guidelines, the meeting will prioritize the activities contained in the program of work of the ACI, consider governance structures and implementation, and look into the establishment of a sustainable funding mechanism. Thank you.
Thank you, CMS. Pan-African Alliance, please. Sanctuary, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to everyone. This intervention is made on behalf of 15 observer organizations with the full list provided to the Secretariat. We regret that several activities included in the decisions adopted at COP18 were not completed and therefore support an extension of unfulfilled decisions, such as renewal of Decision 18.246B on an assessment of Purpose Code H. Priority should also be placed on Decision 18.244B on seeking funding for the joint study with the CMS Secretariat on African lion population trends and conservation and management practices. We suggest that the research and analysis under Decision 18.246A regarding the trade in lions and other big cats, the comparative study on lion conservation and management under Decision 18.244B, and the making of non-detriment findings under Decision 18.244C should reflect the restrictions on trade in the annotation to the African lion listing and up-to-date stricter domestic measures by African lion range states, such as South Africa's new policy measure on suspension of lion bone exports and other activities associated with captive breeding of lions in the country. Lastly, we have specific suggestions for draft decision 19.AA. We propose that the text after the Secretariat shall inform be revised to read and seek feedback from the Animals Committee. With that addition, the last phrase, and request advice from the Animals Committees as appropriate, can be removed. It is important in our view that the Animal Committee's opinion is actively consulted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Pan-African Sanctuary Alliance. We take note of your comments. So I had indicated that I was only going to take the 2 interventions. I will accept the Conservation Forest intervention, but in the future, I would ask observers to pay attention, as I will look right at the beginning for the level of interest. So with that little warning for future, I will allow the intervention from Conservation Forest.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and also for your indulgence on my late raising the flag. I would like to commend the Secretariat for preparing this document and in difficult times for everybody. And I just would like to make a comment on the collaboration with African lion range states, because we would need to see more evidence that the Secretariat, especially the Secretariat, of the work that is doing to collaborate with African lion range states, because in some aspects it seems that the African lion range states are more imposed decision than collaborate in the decision making. And I refer especially to the NDF work, which is in front of us, and which the Secretariat said that there are even funding available now, because I would like to know if the Secretariat is aware of the fact that at least all SADC range states have already done NDF. And so we should avoid the duplication of work through maybe a better collaboration and a better exchange of information between the Secretariat and the African lion range states. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Conservation Force. And with that, I will summarize. Oh, Namibia, okay. Namibia, please, you have the floor.
I'm sorry, Chairperson, for the late reaction, and thank you for the floor.
Namibia would like to thank the Secretariat for preparing the document in front of us, and we really welcome the report. Concerning the implementation of decisions 18.244, 18.246, and 18.247, we thank both the Secretariat and the Animals Committee for the effort to implement those decisions in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, and also with very limited financial resources. We take note of the recommendation of the Animals Committee contained in paragraph 10 of this document, especially the proposal to revise the guidelines for the conservation of lions in Africa. It's our sincere hope that the revised guidelines will not focus more only on certain African lion populations, but will also provide very practical guidelines on the most vulnerable African lion populations. Having said that, Chairperson, we would like to support the recommendations of the Secretariat contained in paragraph 19 of this document. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Namibia. So I am hearing support for the recommendation, particularly the recommendation for the Secretariat to work with the Standing Committee Chair to renew those decisions that have not been fully satisfactorily completed. I do see that the United States wishes to intervene. I would like to, this will be my last intervention, as I think I have good insight here. So United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States thanks the Secretariat for reporting on the implementation of decisions 18.244, 18.246, and 18.247, detailed in document 74. We support the Secretariat's recommendation in paragraph 17 of document 74 to the Standing Committee to propose in its report to COP19 an extension of the mandates in decision 18.248. due to significant delays in activities and cancellations of meetings because of COVID-19. In addition, we support the recommendation that the Standing Committee invite the Secretariat to assist the Chair of the Standing Committee in its production of this report for COP19 to promote good coordination with its own reports on this matter required under decisions 18.244 and 18.246. We would also like to agree with the comments from the United Republic of Tanzania with regard to the guidelines for the conservation of lions in Africa. We feel that it's very important for all the ranch countries' comments to be considered in amending those guidelines. We were part of the working group, and we would like to see more discussion and collaboration on this. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. So after listening to the discussion, I believe the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations provided by the Secretariat, particularly in paragraph 17, and we take note of the document. We also take note of the comments heard, in particular those regarding good collaboration, as mentioned by Tanzania and the United States. And with that, I believe we can conclude our discussion on document 74. And turn our attention now to document 75. Document 75 is on Jaguars, prepared by the Secretariat. So the Secretariat, please, I'll turn to you to present your document.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the present document presents the study on illegal trade in jaguars and gives an update on the Secretariat's cooperation with relevant organizations in jaguar conservation. The Secretariat would like to thank the government of Switzerland for the generous funding provided for conducting this study, and we would also like to thank all the parties and organizations that provided comments and other input in the preparation of the study. The study raises, among other things, the concern that illegal trade in jaguars may be going undetected and unreported because of a lack of a proper monitoring system. The Secretariat believes that a concerted response from parties is needed to address the multiple threats to jaguars, threats which go well beyond illegal trade and include key issues such as habitat fragmentation and habitat loss. Such a response should be integrated and aligned with ongoing efforts to enhance jaguar conservation and combat illegal trade in jaguar specimens. Such efforts exist, for example, within the framework of the International Consortium on Combating Wildlife Crime, the Convention on Migratory Species, and the 2030 Jaguar Conservation Roadmap led by the United Nations Development Programme. In the present document, the Secretariat reports that the Coordination Committee for the 2030 Jaguar Roadmap was considering to seek funding from the Global Environment Facility under JEF 7. However, since writing the present document, the Coordination Committee was advised by the JEF Secretariat to apply for funding under JEF 8 as part of a larger JEF program on wildlife conservation. And the Coordination Committee is now moving forward in this direction. In terms of recommendations to the Standing Committee, the Secretariat recommends, among other things, that the current decisions on jaguars be reviewed and expanded with a view to organizing a meeting of jaguar range states in cooperation with other partners and other organizations, to agree on collaborative activities, to discuss options for an intergovernmental platform to support jaguar conservation, and to discuss the possibility of establishing a long-term system for monitoring illegal killing of jaguars, associated illegal trade, and other key aspects related to jaguar conservation. The full set of recommendations prepared by the Secretariat for consideration by the Committee is presented in paragraph 24 of the present document. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So we are on SC 74, Doc 75. The Secretariat has provided us with their report and invites us to take note of the findings and the conclusions of the study and consider advancing the decisions contained in Annex 1 of the document to sort of expand the work on the illegal trade in jaguars. So, as well as the Standing Committee is invited to request the Secretariat to further engage with jaguar range states, etc. So I will look for your comments on the recommendations from the Secretariat, including the draft decisions proposed in Annex 1. I will start with members of the Standing Committee. I see Peru, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We agree with the recommendations from the Secretariat, and we wanted to also comment that in the region we have made progress in both CITES CMS initiatives and the 2030 roadmap. And with the assistance of Costa Rica, we'd like to thank the French Ministry for Ecological Transition for their support to Costa Rica. Within the CMS, we have been working for some time with Argentina, Costa Rica, Bolivia, Peru, Paraguay, and Uruguay on an American strategy for the conservation of the jaguar. We have been discussing the most appropriate CMS instrument, given that not all range states are members of CMS, and within the agreements, we looked at the initiative as a good way forward. It has many advantages. In particular, it's linked to CITES, which helps for the range states, and it helps us to work on conservation from two different angles. And we're also working on strengthening the capacities, holding periodic meetings which are guaranteed through the COP cycles, and it helps those with the range states. It is of interest to all parties, both CMS and CITES party, and not just for range states. And the idea is that we draw up an agreement which is similar to the African Carnivores initiative, so that we have a joint initiative for the conservation of jaguar. Thank you.
Thank you, Peru. I will continue to see if there's members of the Standing Committee who wish to intervene, and then I will open it to parties. So I see Poland and China. Poland, please, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We'd like to thank the Secretariat for the study and Switzerland for funding the undertaking. And we take note of the main findings and conclusions of the study. We support all the recommendations proposed by the Secretariat, including draft decisions. We also encourage range states and stakeholders to continue efforts aimed at combating illegal trade and work together to identify important insights into poaching and trafficking in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Poland. Next on my list was China, followed by Panama, and then I'll open it to parties. I believe I have Brazil. So China, please, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. China would like to thank the Secretariat for the preparation of this report. The seizures of jaguar specimens in China are rare, despite the fact that we apply all the necessary rules. So we support the maintenance and conservation of jaguar. However, the report in Annex of Document 75 has mentioned China more than 100 times, and in paragraph 12E of this document, they have only found some proof in the English version, limited evidence of illegal trade in jaguar destined for China. This report contains numerous very negative mentions on China and the people of China. In chapter 1.2, page 16 of the study, China firmly opposes it, and China would invite the parties to read the conclusions with great caution, because there is a lot of work to be done for the conservation of jaguar. Thank you.
Thank you, China. So we note China's concerns with the report provided as part of this document. Thank you, China. So next, seeing no more requests from Standing Committee members, I'll open the floor now as well to observer parties. So I have Panama, followed by Brazil and the United States. Panama, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. In
accordance with the document presented by the Secretariat and the statement made by Peru, Panama supports the conservation measures which are presented in the report presented by CMS, and we repeat that CMS and CITES, and CITES is the binding link. And we would like to repeat that the region needs financial support in order to work on this, and we need to work jointly, because when it comes to Panama, human jaguar conflict is one of the most difficult threats. And if we maintain that, we can create the corridors that are mentioned in the document. And that is why jaguar, as a key species with a regional distribution, is in the COP19 logo for the meeting which is going to be held in Panama later this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Panama. So next on my list, I had Brazil, followed by the United States. Brazil, please.
Thank you for giving me the floor, Madam Chair. The Pantera onca jaguar, or onça pintada, as we call it, is to be found throughout the Brazilian territory, as it occurs in all 6 of our biomes. Commercial breeding of this species is not permitted according to Brazilian law, and any actions against it are considered a breach of our environmental legislation. Furthermore, it is worth noting that more than 60% of all of the Brazilian national territory consists of preserved areas, which benefits the protection not only of this, but also of several other species. Although conservation and monitoring are of extreme importance, combating poachers still requires a lot of attention and strengthened enforcement. In that sense, we understand that the international trade of parts and of living animals may aggravate the subsistence of these species in our territory. The Brazilian government is well aware of the pressure on the onça pintada, which is why it has been implementing an action plan for its conservation, coordinated by the National Center for Research and Conservation of Mammalian Carnivores, in cooperation with other scientific, administrative, and enforcement authorities. Cooperation with neighboring countries is one of our priorities, and that's why we committed to the implementation of the Jaguar 2030 roadmap during the 14th Conference of the Parties of the Convention on Biological Diversity. Brazil thanks, therefore, the work done by the Secretariat on this matter and the funding provided by Switzerland. Some of the findings of the report coincide with some challenges that we had already identified in Brazil and are working hard to address. We believe Brazil would be able to contribute to discussions on this topic and to further cooperate on the matter, including in the development of the suggested platform and in sharing intelligence on illegal trafficking. Therefore, we would like to ask support from donor countries and from the Secretariat in order to be able to host the proposed meeting of Jaguar Range states. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Brazil. Thank you. Next on my list, I had the United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States supports noting the findings and conclusions of the study on illegal trade in jaguars included in document SC 74, Doc 75. We also support requesting the Secretariat to continue engaging with Jaguar range states and other relevant stakeholders to maintain momentum on addressing poaching of and illegal trade in jaguars. With regard to the draft decisions, the Secretariat recommends submitting to COP19 for adoption. We support them with the addition to draft decision 19.DD of an instruction directing the Standing Committee also to provide recommendations to the Secretariat for inclusion in any reports on this issue to the Conference of the Parties. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United States. So the United States is suggesting that in draft decision 19DD, directed to the Standing Committee, that in addition to making recommendations to range states, transit, and destination countries as appropriate, the Standing Committee should also provide recommendations to the Secretariat. And did you want these for inclusion in their report? Could you just... Great.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. For the recommendations to the Secretariat for inclusion in the Secretariat's report, which is called for under decision 19.cc, so it may include a little bit of additional massaging for the other decisions, but we think that the Standing Committee should also provide recommendations to the Secretariat for inclusion in relevant reports. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. So this is an additional activity just so that the Standing Committee can also provide some recommendations to what will be reported by the Secretariat to the Conference of the Parties. So I'll wait and see if there's reactions to that, and I will continue to take interventions. I see the Dominican Republic, followed by Argentina, and then India. So Dominican Republic, please.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Felicidades a...
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations on the organization of this event. To the Secretariat of CITES, the Government of France, and the City of Lyon. We would like to present our support to all the efforts that are being done through CMS and CITES on the conservation of Panthera oncas, the jaguar, and sincerely show our solidarity with all these efforts.
Thank you. Dominican Republic. Next on my list is Argentina, followed by India. So Argentina, please, you have the floor.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would also like other members of our region, congratulate the Secretariat for the excellent work that has been done. The Jaguar work is starting in our territory, and we want to get there in time to take the necessary measures and be able to have a unified regional position. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Argentina.
Thank you, Argentina.
Next on my list is India, please. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. As Chair of the Standing Committee of CMS, India would like to congratulate CMS and CITES Secretariat for their cooperation and collaboration on Jaguars and support the draft decision 19.BB proposed in the document. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, CMS. So overall, I'm hearing strong support for the recommendations in the document and the activities therein proposed. And I heard the United States asking for the Standing Committee to have a role in providing some advice on what is reported to the Conference of the Parties. I haven't heard any disagreement with that approach, which seems pretty usual for our way of working. So it's my sense that that amendment from the United States is acceptable. So I will see if there is any observers who wish to intervene before concluding this matter, one or two perhaps. So I will take the CMS, and then I will take, for a second intervention, Defenders of Wildlife.
Thank you, Chair. Following the listing of Jaguar on CMS Appendices 1 and 2 by the last CMS COP having taken place in 2020 in India, the CMS Secretariat was requested by a number of range states of the jaguar under the leadership of Costa Rica to support the group in understanding their obligations as a consequence of the listing. While the Appendix 1 listing obliges CMS parties to prohibit the taking of jaguars, with limited exceptions, an Appendix 2 listing obliges range state parties to cooperate with each other through the conclusion of some sort of agreement. The CMS Secretariat advised the group extensively as to their options of cooperation and also sought to understand the needs and priorities of each range state for engaging effectively in jaguar conservation by conducting individual interviews with each CMS party range state. The outcomes of the interviews and the consultations are provided in InfDoc 8 of this meeting. Since jaguar is one of the species included in the CMS CITES Joint Work Programme, both Secretariat discussed the outcomes of the consultations with the range states and agreed on the set of recommendations contained in Doc 75 under discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, CMS. And sorry, the Secretariat is informing me also that Panthera did some of the work, and so I will also take the intervention from Panthera. But first, Defenders of Wildlife, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
As this is my first intervention, we would like to thank the government of France and the city of Lyon for their hospitality. Defenders of Wildlife, AAP Animal Advocacy and Protection, Eurogroup for Animals, 4PAWS, Humane Society International, International Fund for the Animal Welfare, and the Species Survivor Network would like to thank the Secretariat for the completion of the report on illegal trade of jaguars, and specifically to all the range states that responded and contributed to the findings. Collaboration among the parties, including supply and consumer countries, is always crucial for the taking of the appropriate measures. We would like to recommend that range states consider the preparation of our resolution on jaguars as suggested, as illegal trade of their parts and products is not ending, and the efforts should not expire at the next Conference of the Parties 19. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Defenders of Wildlife. And then my last intervention is from Pantera, please. Pantera, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our host and the Secretariat for making this meeting possible. This statement is on behalf of the Jaguar 2030 Roadmap Coordination Committee members, Costa Rica, Panthera, Dr. John Polisar, UNDP, UNEP, UNODC, WCS, and WWF. The CITES and CMS secretariats are also represented on the committee. We thank the range states and other parties for their interventions and the progress made thus far on range-wide cooperation on jaguar conservation and trade. Thank you to Brazil for your generous offer to host an upcoming range state meeting. The committee commends the collaborative effort to complete the study on illegal trade in jaguars. In light of the findings, we support the revision and extension of the current decisions and their call for range states to urgently adopt comprehensive measures to eliminate jaguar poaching and traffic in their parts, including online trade. We agree that multilateral, multi-sectoral cooperation is essential to combat threats to jaguars, secure the jaguar corridor, and maximize the ecosystem benefits of conserving jaguars throughout their range. The Jaguar 2030 Roadmap, now endorsed by 17 of the 18 jaguar range states, calls for region-wide coordination on jaguar conservation, including harmonization of monitoring and evaluation protocols, which is crucial to producing data that are comparable across nations. We thus support the recommendation in the decisions to develop a long-term monitoring system on illegal jaguar killing and trade as a means to better understand existing and emerging threats to jaguars and the links between them, and to help range states better manage them. We look forward to working with the CITES and CMS secretariats to facilitate a meeting among jaguar range states to review options for an official intergovernmental platform aimed at supporting jaguar conservation and combating poaching and illegal trade, including designing and implementing the above-mentioned monitoring system. Preserving the jaguar's crucial role as an umbrella species throughout its range is still within reach. The committee stands ready to assist range states in designing their priorities under the Jaguar 2030 Roadmap in alignment with CITES and the state's commitments on biodiversity, sustainable development, and climate, while considering the critical role that criminal justice plays in complementing conservation efforts. Shoring up these national priorities is critical in anticipation of GEF 8, adoption and implementation of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, and key decisions on jaguars at COP19. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Pantera. So thank you for everyone for your interventions. Based on what I've heard, it is my conclusion that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations in paragraph 24. And in addition to agreeing with the draft decisions found in Annex 1, the committee can agree with the amendment from the United States to direct the Standing Committee to provide recommendations to the Secretariat for inclusion in their report to the Conference of the Parties under Decision 19CC. I think that provides some clarity about where that information is going to go. And so that gives the Standing Committee a broad mandate to provide their advice and recommendations on this work. With that, I believe we can conclude this item. Thank everyone for your interventions, and we can move to the next item. So the next item on our list is item 62, illegal trade in cheetahs. This document was submitted by Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, and Yemen. So I will turn to one of those parties to introduce this document, Ethiopia. So Ethiopia, please, if you could introduce the document.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The illegal trade in cheetah has been on CITES agenda for nearly 10 years, and Ethiopia wishes to thank the CITES parties, NGOs, and others for the attention given to this issue. However, as expressed in document 62, jointly submitted by Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, and Yemen, the trade in live cheetah continues to occur at levels that significantly threaten the already small and isolated critical endangered population in East Africa. This is made evident by recent confiscation of 15 cheetah cubs last week in Somalia, and 9 more being prepared for confiscation this week. The trade in live cubs is on the rise, and the population levels are decreasing fast. We recognize that cheetah are addressed through African Carnivore initiatives and the CMS Asiatic Cheetah Working Group. We also look forward to the creation of Big Cat Task Force and the outcome of the relevant research into trade in African lions and other big cats mandated through Decision 18.246. It is important to ensure that the task force includes specific measures to address the illegal trade in cheetah, given the specific characteristics that differentiate the trade in cheetah from that of other big cats, in particular, the trafficking in live cheetah cubs. However, while we strongly support any actions planned through the Big Cat Task Force and the African Carnivore initiatives, we are cognizant that this will take time to be finalized and then implemented. We cannot stand by and wait for these procedures to finalize while animals suffer and our national fauna goes extinct. Ethiopia believes that to address this trade, it's crucial to continue focusing on enforcement, collaboration, and the demand reduction efforts. As recommended by the 1660s and 70s Standing Committee meetings, as such, we urge this committee to consider the recommendations submitted by our 3 range states and the Yemen in paragraph 19 of document 62, particularly in terms of reporting progress on efforts to combat trafficking in live cheetahs as recommended by prior Standing Committee meetings. This is particularly important for transit and destination countries. We believe that reporting can be better overseen by CITES, which can then make country-specific recommendations as appropriate. So, Chair, if I am allowed, shall I read some of those recommendations?
So Ethiopia, you have country-specific recommendations that you wish the committee to take into account.
Yes.
Now, why don't we first see the will of the committee on the intentions here? Thank you, Ethiopia. So I will open the floor then to members of the committee on the proposal from the Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, and Yemen, as in particular as outlined in paragraph 19. Before I do, Somalia, you're requesting the floor. Did you want to add to the report?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving the floor. And also I thank to the government of the French for their hospitality and host. Madam Chair, cheetah is an iconic species for Somali. As a Somali government, we come with different approaches to combat illegal trafficking of cheetah using outreach through government, public media. Also, we increase the scientific knowledge of cheetah through the country. Also, we train and enhance the legal enforcement agencies, judiciary, police, and custom officers. Somalia committed to fight all illegal crime against cheetah. Also, we committed to empower communities in land areas. The government of Somalia establishes task force for combating illegal trafficking of cheetah, include judiciaries, prosecution, customs, police officers, and other stakeholders important for this issue. Madam Chair, as you know, demand is one of our main challenges that we are facing now because of lack of collaboration and information among the stakeholders. In addition to that, Madam Chair, as you know, Somalia is a source and route for cheetah illegal trafficking, and combating the wildlife requires cooperation among neighboring countries, organizations, and such crime transit borders. Madam Chair, we support the proposed and submitted document together with Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, and Yemen. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Somalia. So I'm going to first take some views from the committees and observer parties. I do want to recognize, of course, that we need to be mindful of our mandate and seeking mandates from the Conference of the Parties. While I did hear from Ethiopia that they are hoping to start a discussion on country-specific recommendations here, I'm a little bit concerned that that really doesn't fall right now with the mandate the committee has been given. And would be interested firstly in hearing from the committee about the general perspectives brought forward by these countries and the issues that they feel may need addressing, and then we can determine how that might best be accomplished. So I will start with Kuwait. I will start with Kuwait, and then Kenya, did you want to speak? Okay, if that's okay, I'll take Kuwait and then move to Kenya? Or did you want to provide an introduction to your document?
Madam Chair, I wanted to just have additional information to the document.
So I will let you continue with the introduction of the document and then Kuwait. Kenya, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your understanding. And Kenya is one of the co-sponsors of this document. And Madam Chair, illegal trade in live cheetahs continues at an alarming rate with significant harmful impacts on cheetah population, particularly in the Horn of Africa. Madam Chair, we are all aware this subject and the cheetah as a species have been also a subject of discussion under the CITES Big Cats Task Force and the African Carnivores Initiative. Madam Chair, in the earlier discussion, we understood that the impact of COVID and also lack of financial support, the task forces have not been able to convene and address the challenges, particularly those that entails illegal trade. In the eastern region, we already have a regional cheetah recovery plan, and it is the issue of illegal trade that we really need to highlight. We therefore request that the recommendation contained in para 19, particularly the request to the Secretariat to take account of the content of this document in implementing Decision 18.246 and to report to the COP on the discussion outlined in paragraph 17C above to be considered and adopted by the committee for moving forward, to ensure that the mandate and terms of reference for the big tax first clause include a clear and specific requirement for it to consider measures which will include, in particular, the legal trade in live cheetah cubs, working with range, transit, and destination states as appropriate. I think that will be very critical moving forward, so that it's not mixed up within the general conservation issues in the big cats task force. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Kenya, and I believe your colleague from Ethiopia also made the point about underscoring the unique issues associated with cheetahs. And of course, the next item on our agenda is the terms of reference for the Big Cat Task Force. So perhaps some of those issues might best be dealt with there to ensure that there's coherence. So now I will turn to members of the Standing Committee for your thoughts on the recommendations in this document. I will start with Kuwait, followed by Israel.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank the countries Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, Yemen for complying and preparing this document. Being previously part of the Cheetah Intersessional Working Group, we did conduct all the decisions and the recommendation that was mandated to the working group and present the final outcome during the last conference of the party. And we conclude and agree that this subject would continue with the Big Cat Task Force. Great effort was made through this working group, such as the toolkit and the WCO platform. Furthermore, Kuwait, as one of the GCC countries which is mentioned in the document, I assure you, such trade nearly disappeared since more than 5 years ago. And there is no demand for such trade. As well, trade in wild mammals is totally banned, even if it's from legal source, such as the captive bred. National legislation and enforcement is very restricted in this regard. Personally, as an enforcement officer, the last confiscation took place in Kuwait in 2013. With regard to the document 62, we would like to encourage the reporting of the countries implicated in trade, but we don't agree in duplicating the work in different groups. So with regard to the recommendation in paragraph 19, we can support A and D through the Big Cat Task Force and will not support B and C. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuwait. So Kuwait, you underlined that previous work on this issue was concluded at COP18, and thus the continued work suggested, the type of issues suggested here are better done through the work in the Big Cat Task Force. So thank you, Kuwait, for that perspective. I now have Israel on my list. Israel, please.
Thank you, Chair. As a regional representative of Europe, we've discussed this issue, and there's no doubt that the European countries see this as a matter of urgency. And when the 4 countries, Ethiopia, Kenya, and Somalia, and Yemen, bring a document to the Standing Committee showing the urgency of the situation, there's no doubt that the Standing Committee should respond to the request of these range states to see what we can do to assist in the protection and the fight against the illegal trade in this iconic and important species. So we would support, in general, the move to recommend that we support the recommendations that are offered in this document, but we would ask you as chair for a bit of clarification, please. Recommendation B speaks of setting up an in-session working group to bring recommendations to the 19th meeting of the parties. And perhaps, I don't know if we can set up a working group, and perhaps maybe even to give a report to the 19th and 20th meeting, if that's within the mandate of the committee at this point. Another point of clarification, perhaps directed to the authors of this document, is in paragraph C, where it speaks about discussions, in the last part, in the English version, discussions outlined in paragraph 17C, and we're not sure exactly which paragraph 17C this is referring to. There is no 17C in this document, and perhaps it's referring to something else. Maybe a typographical error came in somewhere. But just as a conclusion, we support generally the recommendations that are brought forward by the range states, and we understand the urgency of the matter to combat the illegal trade in this important species. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Israel. On your question directed to myself, as I mentioned earlier, I find it very difficult to have in-session working groups at this meeting, given, well, you know why. And so I'm going to listen to the views of the parties to try to determine a path forward that will encompass sort of the grand proportion of the views. But right now, I don't know how we're going to go. It'll depend on the feedback I get, of course, from the Standing Committee and associated parties. So I'll continue with Standing Committee members. I have Senegal, followed by Poland.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair. Senegal would like to join the right cause and support the recommendations of the Secretariat, which are introduced in this document. And for this, biodiversity everywhere where it's menaced, Senegal will be supporting that cause. Secondly, cause for domestic concern. Even if we don't feel concerned, we must support, because one day it might be us. This is why we are supporting the recommendations in this document. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Senegal, you support the proposals brought by Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, and Yemen. I have Poland, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We'd like to thank Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, and Yemen for this document. We are concerned that since 66th meeting of the Standing Committee recommendations, implementations of measures to stop illegal trade in range, transit, and destination states implicated in the illegal trade has been inadequate, with illegal trade remaining at high level. We recognize the need to clarify the respective tasks of the CITES Big Cats Task Force and the African Carnivores Initiative, and the implicated range, transit, and destination countries to make further progress. We further think it is important to properly address illegal trade in cheetah in Big Cat Task Force as one of the priority species. Species-specific illegal trade dynamics are important elements to take into account in this regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Poland. And if I understood you correctly, you agree with the issues and the concerns and suggest that those be taken up within the context of the discussions around the Big Cat Task Force, the next item. Thank you, Poland. Okay, seeing no more requests from Standing Committee members, I will now open the floor to observer parties. I have Oman, Burkina Faso, Tanzania, Zimbabwe. Oman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As this is the first time for my country delegation to take the floor, I would like to thank the government of France for hosting us and to extend our thanks to the Secretariat for the preparation of the documents. Regarding the agenda item 62, my country is putting a lot of efforts in tackling and combating the illegal trade in cheetah. And also, I would like to align ourselves with the suggestion that have been made by the representative of the state of Kuwait regarding this issue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Oman. Next, I had Burkina Faso, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Burkina Faso is speaking for the first time, so we would like to thank the government of France for the hosting of this very important meeting, and we'd also like to thank the Secretary General and the Secretariat for the holding of this session and for having prepared such important documents. In terms of document 62, we would like to thank Kenya, Ethiopia, Somalia, and Yemen for having brought the issue of illegal trade in cheetahs to the agenda, which unfortunately went away after the deletion of the subject at COP18. We support the countries that have submitted this report on their efforts to conserve cheetahs. We have a very small cross-border population, which we share with Niger and Benin, and we are firmly convinced that pressure is putting the cheetah in danger throughout its areas. At SC 66 and 70, the decisions, we agree with inviting transit and destination states to report to SC 77 on the illegal trade in cheetah. Thank you.
Thank you, Burkina Faso. Next, I had Tanzania, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tanzania notes the efforts of Ethiopia, Somalia, Kenya, and Yemen, which are cheetah range, transit, and destination countries, to conserve the species against the threat of illegal live animal trade. Regarding document 62, Tanzania, Madam Chair, would like to support the Secretariat's draft recommendations regarding the combating of illegal trade in cheetah. This we say as range states in recognition of the potential threat of illegal trade in live cheetah on Tanzania's significant cheetah lion population. Furthermore, Madam Chair, recognizing the need for collaboration in combat efforts between range, transit, and destination countries. In particular, Tanzania supports paragraph 19B's recommendation for the establishment of an in-session working group to devise combat strategies for recommendations to COP19. Furthermore, paragraph 19D's recommendations for drawing clear lines in the terms of reference for the CITES Big Cat Task Force to address the particular problem of illegal trade in the cheetah. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Tanzania. And just to be clear, these recommendations are coming from Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, and Yemen. So you support the recommendations of those parties. Thank you. Zimbabwe, please.
Good morning and thank you, Chair. Zimbabwe is in support of the document submitted by Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, and Yemen on the illegal trade in cheetahs. Zimbabwe is a cheetah-range state. It seeks to ensure the conservation of the species and supports all efforts to protect the species. Cheetah is considered a large carnivore in Zimbabwe, and we propose cheetah must be added to the CITES Task Force agenda and the African Carnivores Initiative under the joint CMS CITES program, and we support all suggested recommendations in document SC62. For Zimbabwe, we have a number of initiatives targeted at ensuring that cheetahs are accorded the much needed protection. We have a 5-year cheetah and wild dog management plan which spans from 2018 to 2023. I submit, Chair.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. So I see no more requests from parties. So I'm going to give some views and thoughts here for the consideration of the committee. So with regards to B and an in-session working group, again, I really do not think we do have the time or the space here to have an in-session working group. I do note that next on our agenda is hopefully the finalization of the Big Cats Task Force terms of reference so that that work can begin. So for those latter recommendations on the illegal trade, and noting the comments about making sure that the task force works takes into account the specific conditions of cheetah illegal trade, my suggestion might be to take up those issues in that task force in order to ensure the continuity of that activity, which I hear is well desired. Regarding the first point, recognizing that we did have a discussion of these items at the previous standing committee meetings and at the conference of the parties, what I understand in essence is being requested is a new mandate to consider asking these the range transit and destination states to report to the standing committee. And so this might be a mandate that we submit to the conference of the parties if that is indeed what is being requested. Again, it is premature at this stage to design country-specific recommendations. I think for something of that need, recognizing that the COP did have a discussion, I would suggest that the standing committee should first seek a mandate from the conference of the parties. So these are some thoughts I have. I am mindful of trying not to duplicate work, and so trying to ensure that there's good intersection between the African Carnivore Initiative, the Big Cats Task Force, as was previously discussed. But I also did right now hear voices of support for these activities. So I'm recognizing that right now I'm hearing support. Although with some countries suggesting that these issues are better placed to be taken up with the existing work under the task force. So I will continue to seek views to see a sense of how we can move forward. I have Equatorial Guinea followed by the United States, please.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chair. Equatorial Guinea is a country in Africa, and it's the only Spanish-speaking country in Africa. And before I go any further, I would like to thank the government of France for hosting and welcoming this important meeting. And I would also like to thank the Secretariat for the preparation of these very useful documents. Equatorial Guinea has 5 feline species, and one is on the island of Ryoko, and that species is in a protected zone where many researchers are very interested in coming and carrying out work, and researchers that try to work with that species and carry out research are particularly interested in taking samples, and we are afraid that the species, which is endemic at subspecies level, could be under threat when it comes to taking samples. So we would like to call on the organization to bear in mind that in that island there is a great deal of interest in researching, and CITES would be able to contribute a great deal in terms of the visits of many researchers and others who are interested. Thank you.
Thank you, Equatorial Guinea. I appreciate your comments. United States, please.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam Chair. The United States wants to thank Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, and Yemen for preparing the document. We strongly support the recommendations in paragraph 19A and D in document 62 brought to the Standing Committee by the 4 range states. As for recommendation B, due to our limited time here, the United States would like to propose the committee strike an intersessional working group on this item following COP19. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. For activities following COP19, that would suggest to me that we might want to consider whether or not there is a decision arising from this committee to undertake those activities. So again, I will see if there are further inputs. I'm seeking some guidance on how to advance this issue. From the parties first, please. Canada, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Canada would like to align itself with those countries that have recommended to ensure that this work could be done by the existing task force. I think there was Kuwait and Poland that spoke to this issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Canada. So thank you to the members of the committee and to the parties. I will shortly take interventions from organizations. As I mentioned, I see support, a number of supporting voices for the activities in some form. The challenge I'm faced right now is how the committee can best move it forward. In my view, some of the level of information and detail that these suggestions in 19A, B are requesting requires a mandate from the Conference of the Parties, in my view. And so my suggestion might be for the Standing Committee to take note with appreciation the documents submitted by Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, and Yemen, to underscore the importance of action towards the combating the illegal trade of cheetah, and invite those parties to work with other parties who have expressed their support to submit a decision to the Conference of the Parties that will mandate the Standing Committee to undertake those activities. And then in addition, of course, some of these activities are already being considered in the context of the Big Cat Task Force, as was previously mandated. And so in the next item, we should also look to see where those intersections occur, so that we can ensure that the Big Cat Task Force is addressing the concerns that the committees have raised here. I think that will allow us to have that direction from the Conference of the Parties, given the approach and the activities that are being suggested. So that's where I'm thinking. I'll let people mull that over as I continue to take interventions, including from organizations. So I'll invite one or two organizations. So I will invite the two interventions from CMS and the Cheetah Conservation Fund.
Thank you, Chair. The cheetah has also been listed on Appendix 1 of the Convention on Migratory Species since 2009 and is one of the 4 species of the joint CITES CMS African Carnivores Initiative. On behalf of the CMS Secretariat, we therefore welcome today's discussion on the document and wish to highlight that the Scientific Council of CMS, at its 5th meeting, established an intersessional working group on the Asiatic cheetah with a mandate to consider options for the recovery of the Asiatic and Northeast African cheetah. There are strong thematic synergies between this working group's mandate and the current document, especially on the handling of live cheetahs confiscated during illegal trade from northeastern Africa en route to destination countries. Specifically, the intersessional working group has been mandated to consider existing assessments of the genetic status of the Asiatic cheetah, to assess the current population status, and determine whether supplementation from other cheetah populations is needed to secure its genetic viability, and to explore opportunities to use available cheetahs of acceptable subspecies to establish and maintain a well-managed metapopulation for eventual reintroduction into northeastern Africa, and options to provide support to the recovery of the cheetah in Western and South Asia. The CMS Intersessional Working Group includes representatives from the CMS Scientific Council, relevant range, transit and destination states, experts and other members, including from the CITES Secretariat. The preparation of an assessment of the population status and options for a recovery program are already ongoing. During the coming months, the members of the working group will convene to discuss this assessment and the way forward. We encourage to take advantage of any synergies between CITES and CMS. Thank you.
Thank you, CMS. And my next speaker is the Cheetah Conservation Fund, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am presenting this intervention on behalf of 19 NGOs and will forward the full list to the Secretariat. As Ethiopia mentioned, in the last week alone, 16 cheetah cubs arrived at the Cheetah Conservation Fund safe house in Hargeisa, Somaliland, after being confiscated by local authorities. Of those, 5 have already died, suffering from lethal infections, malnutrition, and severe dehydration. The last one died last night at 3:30 a.m. I'm afraid that even as a trained veterinary doctor and working with the best medical practitioners in the field, I could not do anything to save it due to the state it arrived in. The live trade in cheetah cubs is a tragic phenomenon, threatening the survival of the unique East African cheetah subspecies, the Somalingi subspecies, and affecting the welfare and mortality of young cubs not able to withstand trafficking conditions. Since the deletion of all cheetah-related decisions at COP18, at least 130 cubs have been recorded in trade by authorities in source, transit, and destination countries, showing that this trade is not, as previously argued, limited in nature. The illicit nature of the trade, and with the cubs being trafficked through conflict areas, makes data collection difficult, and these numbers are almost certainly an underestimate. These 130 cubs come from an estimated population of less than 500 adults and adolescents. I ask the floor, can such a trade possibly be limited and sustainable? A recurring theme in CITES deliberations is the failure to consider the impact of trade when it comes to small populations or those with unique behavioral or ecological adaptations. Taking even a few individuals could have a catastrophic impact on such a population as a whole and could lead to local or even global extinction. Another recurring theme is the delay of action due to time constraints and slow processes made more severe by the COVID pandemic. For cheetahs, we need to act now instead of waiting for the outputs of the Big Cat Task Force and African Carnivores Initiative. We remind the floor that the Big Cat Task Force work has already been delayed due to issues relating to the SC73 agenda running over, and therefore the document was never discussed and the BCTF's terms of reference and modus operandi not agreed on, delaying the task force work by at least 6 months. While we will discuss it later today, work will still take more time to commence. Any action taken post-COVID-19 would also take at least another 10 months to begin. Much as the CMS is doing with the Asiatic Cheetah, we ask for speedier action through CITES for the African one affected by the trade. We also remind parties that both the Big Cat Task Force and the African Carnivores Initiative have multiple species and geographies to protect, which might not allow the speedy action we need to see to stop the cheetah trade now. We would therefore urge the Standing Committee and other parties to reconsider and to support range countries' request to establish an in-session working group so that source, transit, and demand countries can work together on urgent next steps to combat the trade, and so that these steps can be implemented as soon as possible, and so that COP19 can be guided by the utmost updated information on the trade. We understand that this meeting has a very busy agenda, but if we don't act now, we will regret it later. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Cheetah Conservation Fund. Again, I've heard the discussion here, and certainly I've heard the strong concerns for the cheetah, and indeed, and in the interventions that have been made. I am, however, also mindful of our role and the role of the Conference of the Parties in directing the work of the committee. And so it was my proposal, which I hope to hear some feedback, that we take note with appreciation of this important work and the concerns with the illegal trade in cheetah, and that we invite decisions to the Conference of the countries who have brought this matter to our attention to submit decisions to the Conference of the Parties that would mandate the Standing Committee to enact some of the recommendations in 19A and B in particular. But I'd like to hear some views, please, and I see Poland.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just some clarification, because we had some suggestions for the task force, but our intention was not to be against species-specific work apart from this task force. In this regard, we support the US proposal on the way forward. Thank you.
Okay, and the US proposal was to begin some work at the next intersessional period. Which again, to me, requires, would be best served by a decision made by the Conference of the Parties. Israel, please.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, we support your suggested way forward. We understand that we don't really have a mandate to set up an in-session working group, but we also hear of the urgency as expressed by the representative from the Cheetah Conservation Fund. Specifically on the trade in live wild cheetah cubs, which is often very different than the kinds of issues that the Big Cat Task Force deals with, which are almost always having to do with parts and derivatives of big cats, and very rarely having to do with live cheetah cubs as part of their work. So we would like to make a suggestion, perhaps as a way forward. We would gladly accept your recommendation, but we think that would be a loss not to take advantage of the fact that we have representatives here. And perhaps the chair could call on an informal discussion group with the aid of the Secretariat here during one of the breaks, perhaps together with IQWIC representatives and range states of African cheetahs, to get together for a little bit and discuss maybe a way to exchange addresses and ideas informally on how to maybe take advantage of your suggestion to put together recommendations towards COP19, because the deadline's coming very close for documents, but we should take advantage of the presence of these parties here today. It's not an in-session working group, but it would be an opportunity to make advantage of while we're here. Thank you, Chair.
one of the great advantages of face-to-face meetings is that we can indeed interact with our colleagues. I don't think you need direction to do that. I think what you're suggesting is up to those parties present, and I'm sure parties who'd be interested would gladly take you up on that. Like, I don't think you need our direction or direction from the committee to go ahead and have that conversation. I would recommend parties do take advantage of the opportunities to meet with each other. But I'm going to take a few more interventions and then provide you with some support. Kuwait, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to agree on your suggestion for the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuwait. Thank you, interveners. I appreciate your spirit of collaboration. So I take general agreement with the conclusions that I'm suggesting, and I also note, Israel, your kind offer. I was wondering, given you've made your statement, if perhaps you wish to convene a group of like-minded countries who would wish to think about developing such a decision. There are rooms here. I could invite you to do so. Does that sound reasonable?
Thank you, Chair, for taking up on our offer. We would be happy to help these range states if the Secretariat could designate a room, and perhaps some of the people from the Secretariat who are most active in this would be able to participate, and we'd be very interested in that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I will leave it to you to talk to the Secretariat and find a good time and space. And we can make an announcement again for like-minded parties who wish to collaborate on crafting a possible decision that parties can take to the Conference of the Parties in order to address some of these important activities. Thank you, parties and observers, for your help in Document 62. Thank you to Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, and Yemen for bringing this to the attention of the committee. As noted, the committee takes note with appreciation of the document and expresses its concern on the illegal trade in cheetah, as described here, and invites those countries to submit decisions to the Conference of Parties to mandate the Standing Committee to undertake some of the proposed activities. Thank you very much. With that, I will conclude on that one, and we will now move to the Big Cats Task Force. Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In document 69, Rev 1, the Secretariat reports on the development of the draft terms of reference and the modus operandi for the CITES Big Cat Task Force. The Secretariat submitted draft terms of reference and modus operandi for the task force to the 73rd meeting of the Standing Committee. But due to the online nature of that meeting and limited time available, the committee did not have time to discuss this agenda item at SA 73. The committee therefore invited parties and observers to send comments to the Secretariat and requested the Secretariat to revise the draft terms of reference and modus operandi based on those comments and to report back to the committee. The Secretariat presents in the annex to document 69 Rev 1 the revised terms of reference and modus operandi for the CITES Big Cat Task Force that were finalized following a consultation via notification to the parties. The Standing Committee is invited to consider the recommendations in paragraph 8 of the document. And perhaps I can also address some of the issues that was discussed previously at the Cheetah document. So I would like just to guide you through this document on the Big Cat Task Force. So regarding a strategy to combat illegal trade, there is a decision in 245C, 3 little i's. The issue of the illegal trade in live animals, which includes cheetahs, will be addressed by the task force. And if you have a look in the annex to the document, in paragraph 1b, it says that it identifies opportunity to address illegal trade in big cat specimens, taking in consideration species-specific trade dynamics. And that means that some big cat specimens may be trafficked as live animals, as the cheetahs, and other as parts and derivatives. In paragraph 4c, it reports that the CITES reports on cheetahs have been taken in consideration. And in paragraph 6, the cheetah is identified as one of the 8 key big cat species that are included in the task force. And paragraph 7, there are parties identified as affected by illegal trade. And in particular, related to illegal cheetah trade, we have Ethiopia, Kenya, Saudi Arabia, Somalia, Yemen, and UAE. And there might be some other countries as well. Paragraph 9 and 12 also says that other parties and organizations and experts could take part of this task force. So I think that I hope that was a clarification on that. The cheetah is included in the task force, and we take big concern of the illegal trade in the cheetah. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat, for your report, and in particular for presenting revised terms of reference and modus operandi for the Big Cat Task Force, and addressing some of the comments regarding the illegal trade in cheetah that was discussed in the previous document. And I recognize that while SC 73 did not have a chance to finalize this document, given the nature of the meeting, it was, the first draft was posted, and I understand the Secretariat took into account comments received on that draft in order to prepare this annex. So hopefully parties have had a good opportunity to give this a viewing, as I am hopeful that we are ready to adopt and thus move forward with the work of the Big Cat Task Force. I will open the floor then to comments from members of the Standing Committee, please. And I'll also invite observer parties. I have China and Poland, so I will start with China, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. China gives a particular importance to the protection of big felines. We have studied this report by the Secretariat and would like to make 4 comments. Firstly, it is necessary to clarify if the illegal trade have to be included. According to the convention, only international or illegal international trade must be covered, and all working groups shouldn't go beyond the CITES mandate. In fact, we have seen in the annex of document 69, in paragraph 1, on subparagraph B and D, that we talk about illegal trade. In C, however, in the French version, we talk about illegal international trade, but
illegal commerce.
It's talking about illegal trade in the English version.
Au résultat de l'annexe paragraphe 2,
On
section F,
paragraph 2F of the annex, it also mentions illegal trade, and we therefore would need a clarification on this. Secondly, on paragraph 4A, it is mentioned that the information, the data comes from seizure data from annual illegal trade reports, and it says that the submission of reports for illegal international trade is very weak, and that would not be then clear, precise data on which parties are indeed affected by illegal trade of big cats. Thirdly, China believes that this exchange of information within the task force should be done through the official existing channels, and that the annual report on illegal trade should also be submitted at its full in order to guarantee the good work of the task force. Fourth, we are also very concerned about the studies mentioned in paragraph 1F, and we would suggest to exchange the word available studies by verified and confirmed studies to give it a more solid scientific approach to this. As we have already mentioned all these concerns during the discussion on 33.3, I am not going to be repeating every single one of our concerns. Therefore, China had already submitted these concerns to the Secretariat on the response to the notification we had received, and we believe that it wouldn't be appropriate. We believe that it wouldn't be appropriate for the for the Standing Committee to take into account the reasonable concerns of the parties and/or explained reasonably before making a decision. And it would be important that they give an explanation before taking a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, China. I had Poland, I believe, on my list. So Poland, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'd like to thank the Secretariat for this document. We support the recommendations, so reporting to 75th meeting of the Standing Committee on the implementation of Decision 18.245, as well as adoption of terms of reference, for which we have suggestions that I will give at the end of my intervention. We would like to highlight that in our view, prioritizing key countries remains important, and we welcome other sources for prioritization. We also urge those parties who have not yet done so to report illegal trade. Therefore, we support possible extension of the list of countries and are open to inclusion of other possible priority species. And in relation to the revised terms of reference of the task force, we recommend the following changes. To specifically mention tools of forensic science methods and to underline that approaches to consider can include developing new or harmonizing existing approaches. So under point 1, activities, para E in para E, we would like to include in parentheses after techniques, including the use of forensic methods, and instead of consider approaches, we suggest change to consider developing new and harmonizing existing approaches. So the whole, so the para E would read, share information about techniques, in parentheses, including the use of forensic methods, tools and processes for identifying big cat specimens in trade, consider developing new and harmonizing existing approaches for better rollout, etc. And similar change in point 2, outcomes, paragraph B. After techniques, we would like to include in parentheses, including forensic methods. So the whole para would read, improved understanding and take-up of tools, techniques, including forensic methods, and best practices to identify, etc. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Poland, I'll continue to take interventions from members of the Standing Committee and also invite observer parties. And I had Thailand and India. So Thailand, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thailand would like to express our gratitude to the Secretariat for preparing the draft terms of reference and a modus operandi for the CITES Big Cat Task Force. Thailand is one of the tiger range states with a successful conservation of specimens in nature, as indicated in the report. We also have adopted several effective measures in managing and regulating tigers in our private zoos and captive facilities. According to the national law, we do not allow captive breeding operation for commercial purposes. In addition, the newly published Wild Animal Reservation and Protection Act, which has been enforced since 2019, has also set standards for managing of private zoos. We have tried continually to improve the control and monitoring system of captive tiger in private zoo to ensure that there is no illegal trade of tigers and their parts and derivatives involved. Madam Chair, for better addressing illegal trade of big cats, Thailand supports the terms of reference and the modus operandi as revised and proposed by the Secretariat in the annex of the present document. We noted that the task force activities are applicable to all species of big cats. The spirit behind the task force is to look at the overview picture of the illegal trade and work in harmony to share with all involved partners to ensure that all parties are updated on the same information. Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand. Next on my list was India.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We support the adoption of the terms of reference and modus operandi in the annex to the document. As a range state for all Asian big cats and with the knowledge base available to us, we can make a significant contribution to the task force. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, India. We'll see if there's more interventions regarding, in particular, the task force terms of reference. I see Tanzania and the United States, and then Canada. Actually, sorry, Canada, Tanzania, United States. Canada, please.
Thank you, Chair, for giving us the floor. Canada acknowledges the important work that has been done and really appreciates the updates that have taken since SC 73. We can approve the revised terms of reference. We do have a couple of minor recommendations to the, just for precisions to the text to make. Under paragraph 1H, we would like to see to have added live animals after where it says discuss demand for, as it is mentioned in annotation 1. Some big cat specimens may be trafficked as live animals and others as derivatives. Under modus operandi, paragraph 14, we suggest to add precision that the agenda is to be developed by the Secretariat in collaboration with the task force chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Canada. Tanzania, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving Tanzania the floor. Tanzania wishes to commend the effort by the Secretariat in reviewing the terms of reference for the Big Cat Task Force presented in SEC 74.69 and is in the support of the TOR. However, Tanzania wishes to bring the following observations. In paragraph 2G of the terms of reference, the terms of reference which reads improve understanding on the role of the legal trade in big cat specimens, on poaching and illegal trade in big cat species, and the following text. Tanzania feels that this TOR brings feelings that legal and well-regulated use of big cats contribute to poaching and illegal trade in big cats. Should this outcome maintained, it will compromise the well-regulated and proven conservation of big cats in most of African countries. Therefore, Tanzania proposed the amendment of the paragraph 2G to read as follows: that improved understanding of the role of legal trade in big cat specimen on combating poaching and the illegal trade on illegal trade in big cat species, full stop. And then the following text should be deleted. With regard to the modus of operandi, the paragraph 7 does not distinguish between local and international trade. Furthermore, does not distinguish between significant and insignificant illegal trade reports in terms of volume of seizure. The reports produced by traffic has proved that the illegal trade in big cat parts and derivatives in the United Republic of Tanzania is insignificant. But the way in which paragraph 7 is presented, it brings all the countries that these studies have been conducted as the country with concern. Also, the paragraph 9 of the membership, Tanzania feels that it is important to include countries with the largest population of big cats in the task force, as leaving them outside, it will be to the disadvantage of the task force, as it will lack the information and the experience from these countries, which has maintained the population of big cats today. Madam Chair, I submit.
Thank you, Tanzania. The next on my list was, oh, I have a request from a member of the committee. So Indonesia, please, and then the United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After a quick coordination with Capital, I have instructions to convey that we are in support of China's deliberations. We also have concerns if the task force would be working beyond its mandate, and we are also have concern on the terminologies that might not be appropriate in this regard. So we encouraged further discussion on this matter whenever possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. And finally, the United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States very much appreciates the Secretariat presenting these revised terms of reference and modus operandi for the Big Cats Task Force. We believe that they are greatly improved over those that were presented at SC 74. We support adoption of the terms of reference and the modus operandi with a couple of amendments. With regard to the terms of reference, we think that the outcomes should be expanded to include an improved understanding of the role of legal trade in big cat specimens on poaching of and illegal trade in big cat specimens. Additionally, we believe that the outcome should include an improved understanding of trade in specimens originating from captive bred sources and the interplay with laundering of illegal specimens from and through such facilities. With regard to the outputs, we also believe that they should consider the development of time-bound, country-specific recommendations as appropriate. Additionally, with regard to the meeting agenda, we believe that it should be revised such that the instruction is for the Secretariat to develop the agenda in consultation with the Standing Committee and Animals Committee. And finally, noting that it may not be possible to establish and convene the CITES Big Cats Task Force before SC 75, we suggest revising the recommendation in paragraph 8B to request the Secretariat to report to SC 75 or the 77th meeting of the Standing Committee as appropriate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United States. So everyone knows where I'm at right now. I'm hearing general support for the terms of reference of the task force and the modus operandi, but however, there are a few strategic amendments that various parties are wishing to make. So rather than trying to address them all here, I will likely ask a drafting group to pull these together, working with the Secretariat, and to ensure good understanding of those. And so that drafting group I would be charging to work on those issues that have been raised here and not beyond that. However, I will continue to take interventions. I'll also invite observers who wish to intervene. So I will take the three. I have CMS, CIC, and the World Conservation Society. So CMS, please.
Thank you, Chair. With reference to paragraph 12 of the modus operandi of the Big Cats Task Force, we would like to point out the synergies of the task force with the work done under the African Carnivores Initiative. As mentioned earlier in this meeting, the program of work of the initiative was adopted as the last Standing Committee meeting of CITES. This program of work calls for the integration of relevant findings of the CITES Big Cats Task Force into the ACI program of work, and to ensure the exchange of information between the ACI steering group and the Big Cat Task Force. For consistency reasons, and to make sure that such exchange is happening, we suggest making a relevant reference to the Big Cat terms of reference. Thank you.
Thank you, CMS. And I will invite CIC to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As this is the first time that we're taking the floor, we would like to thank the government of France for hosting this meeting and thank the Secretariat for preparing the documents. The CIC, along with 6 international sustainable use organizations, the list of which we will be providing, would like to first of all support the statement made by Tanzania. We would like to stress that while the Big Cat Task Force activity should be focused on preventing illegal trade in big cat species, as stipulated in the terms of reference of task force, the important role that the sustainable use and legal trade can and does play in the conservation of species in preventing the illegal trade should inform the deliberations of the task force. This is particularly important when considering the incentives that legal trade provides for the conservation of species and livelihoods of rural people. With regards to the modus operandi section of the document, and here the paragraphs about membership of the task force, we remind the Standing Committee that the task force should be comprised of members whose aim is not only to prevent the illegal trade, but also those who seek to ensure the conservation of big cat species, including the sustainable and legal trade as part of the incentives. The wide network of the CIC and other organizations comprised of hunters, conservationists, managers, and experts have significant expertise to offer the works of the task force. Therefore, we would like to formally express the interest in joining and supporting the newly established task force with our expert network. Thank you.
Thank you, CIC. And I will take the last intervention from the WCS, please.
Thank you Thank you very much, Chair. And I'm presenting this intervention on behalf of 21 organizations and have already forwarded the full list to the Secretariat. We welcome and support the proposed terms of reference, and we encourage the Secretariat and Standing Committee to consider the following suggestions to make it stronger. We stress the need for urgency, and I also cannot resist noting that this committee has the full authority to address emerging emergency situations, and we thank the parties who supported urgent action in the previous agenda item. We call your attention to Resolution Conf 18.2, Annex 1, Paragraph 2F. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. Under task force activities in Paragraph H, live animals should be included, and we've heard several interventions on that, particularly because of the situation with the live trafficking in cheetahs, and there's always a concern that cheetahs get forgotten in all the discussion on parts and products. And we thank those parties that have already suggested that. On enforcement matters, the task force should facilitate collaboration among parties to work on joint investigations. Decision 18245 does not restrict the scope of task force activities to enforcement only, and it would be helpful to have explicit activities and outcomes to better understand gaps in demand reduction and the role of domestic markets and legal trade in stimulating demand and potentially driving poaching and illegal trade. Gaps in national legislation and financing that allow poaching and trafficking should be identified. Finally, activities and outcomes related to the sharing of expertise in handling, care, and disposal of live animals should be included. In the modus operandi, we recommend that the task force consider additional credible sources of information on big cat crime, including physical and online trade data and observations. We believe, as the U.S. indicated, it's important that the agenda is developed in conjunction with the membership and the Animals Committee. Regarding membership, we encourage the task force to fully balance the membership agenda and workload across all CITES-listed big cat taxa, all regions, and to include technically qualified experts and NGOs in big cat field conservation and trade. Finally, we emphasize that it's very important to ensure that the work of the task force informs CITES processes and decision-making. And we recommend, in line with what we believe we heard the U.S. say, an output asking the task force to consider preparation of time-bound specific recommendations for consideration by the Standing Committee in the future, in addition to species-specific decisions. We'd be very pleased to offer text suggestions to the drafting group that you have established. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, WCS. Thank you, observers, for your interventions. Continuing to see support and advice on the activities of this task force. Like I mentioned, I do hear general support for the terms of reference, but there are a number of different parties who've indicated some edits, and so I will need a drafting group to pull that together. I think I might be asking our colleagues from Poland or the EU if they could be sort of lead that group, so I'll let you ponder that. before I indicate the participation in that drafting group, however, I take note of the U.S.'s point on reporting. I'm also super mindful that the 75th meeting is a one-day meeting, and so I haven't heard any disagreement with the U.S. proposal to request the Secretariat to report to the 75th or 77th meeting of the Standing Committee, and that will be dependent on how timely the activities are under this initiative. So I think that can be agreed. With the drafting group and speaking to some of the concerns from Asia on the mandate, I'm reminded that the task force was mandated by the Conference of the Parties and in particular asking the Secretariat to support the task force, allowing it to discuss enforcement and implementation related to illegal trade in specimens of big cats, as appropriate, exchange intelligence and other information on the illegal trade of big cats, develop strategies and make recommendations to improve international cooperation regarding the enforcement of CITES concerning illegal trade in specimens of big cats. And so that, I think, it was some of the drivers of the development of the terms of reference, plus existing work in other task forces. So with that, I have heard amendments. Hopefully I caught them all. Again, the drafting group will focus only on the amendments that were raised on the floor here. We're not going to reopen parts that were obviously agreeable. So I heard some amendments from the EU on paragraph 1E. I heard some from China for 1F. China in general was also providing an amendment on references to illegal trade. I heard some from Canada for 1H. I heard from, I believe it was Poland again for 2B. Both 2G as well. I heard from Tanzania and the United States regarding 2G. I heard a proposal for an additional point under 3 on time-bound country-specific advice. I heard some comments, but not specific amendments on some of the party points. I think that was 7? Yeah, I think so. And I heard from Tanzania on the membership, paragraph 9. And then, of course, I heard from Canada and the US views on paragraph 14 on the meeting agenda. So those are, in general, the points that were raised. I'll invite those countries that raised concerns. So this would be Poland, China, Canada, the United States, Tanzania. Did I miss anyone? I think those were the main parties that had introduced proposed amendments to the terms of reference. So I would invite those parties to gather in a drafting group to consult on these amendments. Does that seem agreeable? I see one thumbs up, so I'll take that as a good sign. Okay. So I will ask the Secretariat to suggest a time and a place for this drafting group to meet. I was hoping Poland, yourself or maybe one of your colleagues in the European Union would volunteer to help guide the group in preparing the, in bringing together the proposed amendments. Thank you. So thank you so much, Poland, for taking on that role. And so then we will return back to the adoption of the terms of reference once the drafting group has had a time to consider the points that were raised here on the floor. Thank you. So that concludes our discussion for now of Doc 69. And I will now turn us to Doc 37. So Doc 37 was prepared by the Secretariat, so I give the floor to the Secretariat, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The document on rhinoceroses highlights the measures and activities implemented by parties to address crimes involving rhinos. Reports from Namibia, South Africa, Vietnam, and Zimbabwe, as well as any oral updates that may be provided by China, Mozambique, and Myanmar, in accordance with the decisions on rhinoceroses adopted at COP18 directed to these parties, are to be considered at the present meeting. The Secretariat also notes that China submitted document SC74 Inf number 4 in the context of this agenda item, and that Mozambique provided some information under agenda item 28.4 on NIAPs when that item was discussed at this meeting, which is also relevant to this agenda item. Now, regarding decision 18.110, this decision states that parties seizing illegal rhino specimens should ensure the timely reporting of such seizures to countries of origin and submit DNA samples from seized specimens for forensic analysis in support of investigations across the illegal trade chain. There remains room for improvement in this regard, and it seems that not all parties are making full use of the simplified procedures provided for in Resolution Conf 12.3 RevCop 18 on permits and certificates to facilitate more frequent and effective sharing of samples. The Secretariat also in the document report on work undertaken to explore options regarding how information on challenges and best practices associated with addressing rhino poaching and horn trafficking could be incorporated and reflected upon in the report on rhinos prepared for each meeting of the Conference of the Parties in accordance with Resolution Conf 9.14 RevCop 17 on conservation of and trade in African and Asian rhinoceroses. A detailed report on this work is included as Annex 1 to the present document, and based on the outcomes of this work, the Secretariat proposed an amendment to Resolution Conf 9.14. The recommendations of the Secretariat are presented in paragraph 53 of this document. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So again, we are on SC 74 Doc 37, the report of the Secretariat on rhinoceros. And the Secretariat has invited the Standing Committee to take on board a number of recommendations, which are found in paragraph 53 of the document. So I will open the floor first to members of the Standing Committee for your comments on the recommendations made by the Secretariat. I'll also invite observer parties. Poland, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. First, we would like to thank the Secretariat for the document and express our support to its recommendations. We welcome the reports from Namibia, South Africa, Vietnam, and Zimbabwe, and the progress these countries have made to address decision 18.111 and 18.112. We remain concerned, however, over the extent of illegal trade in Vietnam. We also regret lack of reporting by some parties to be done in advance to this meeting. We recognize also the significant progress made by South Africa, Namibia, and Zimbabwe to reduce illegal rhino hunting since COP18. Lastly, Madam Chair, we encourage range states, transit and destination countries to continue with their efforts to limit poaching and illegal trade in rhino species. Thank you.
Thank you, Poland. I will continue to take comments on document 37. China, did you wish to comment?
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. China has for a long time given a great deal of importance to the conservation and management of rhinoceros and supports the international efforts on the subject. And we support the report of the Secretariat. The conservation authorities for wildlife in China ban the national trade of rhinoceros and its products, and we have banned the import, transport and use of rhinoceros and its products. We have made great efforts to implement the decisions 18, 111 and 112 with cooperation with South Africa, Mozambique and other countries in Africa to ensure the management and to strengthen the management of entry and exit points from China to fight against the illegal trade in rhinoceros and its products. And for further information, interested parties are invited to view the information document 4, which was provided by China and has been uploaded to the website of CITES. Thank you.
Thank you, China. I will continue to take requests for the floor from members of the committee, and I've also invited observer parties. So I have Indonesia, followed by the United States, then Kenya. So Indonesia, please. Okay, Indonesia will cede its place. I do see Namibia, however, so I'll turn to Namibia and then the United States, please.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I would like to join others in thanking the Secretariat for preparing this comprehensive report. And we would also like to thank the parties directed in Decision 18.11 and 18.112 for providing their reports on their measures and activities to mitigate crimes related to rhinoceros. Chairperson, we support the recommendations of the Secretariat contained in paragraph 53. However, we have also taken note of the Secretariat's observation recorded in paragraph 5 of the document, where it's noted that Namibia has not provided information on samples submitted to other parties for forensic analysis. And we just like to share with this meeting that yes, we actually sent our samples to South Africa and Italy, and that was just an omission from the report, but we can give details on that if it's so needed. Chairperson, going to paragraph 21 of the document, of course. The Secretariat there has also noted that it seems our activities and collaborations are a bit restricted. We are more collaborating with our neighboring countries, and we also just want to give a bit of information on that. We have also in the past had joint intelligence and investigation work with specifically China and Vietnam. And at this juncture, we also like to thank the Chinese government, of course, through the embassy in Namibia, for the good cooperation in wildlife protection and law enforcement. Because we have now created good bilateral relationship, we have established that, and we often have meetings to discuss issues related to prevention and protection measures involving specifically rhinoceros, elephants, and pangolin. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Namibia. So I will then turn to the United States, followed by Kenya. United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like other speakers on this issue, we support adoption of the recommendations submitted by the Secretariat in this document, including considering the proposed amendments to Resolution Conf Rev Cop 17 to include consideration of the challenges and best practices associated with addressing rhinoceros poaching and horn trafficking in the IUCN SSC and traffic reports submitted to each COP. One final note is that in paragraph 54G of the document, the Secretariat suggests reminding parties of the outcomes of the CITES Rhinoceros Enforcement Task Force meeting, which was held in Nairobi, Kenya in October of 2013. And we would add an additional consideration here that noting that it's been nearly 10 years since the Rhinoceros Enforcement Task Force met, that consideration should be given to holding another meeting of that task force. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United States, for your agreement with the recommendations and the additional point of inviting the Standing Committee to note that it has been 10 years since the Enforcement Task Force has met and consider requesting consideration be given to holding another meeting of that task force. I'll continue to take those interventions. So I have Kenya, followed by India.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we want also to appreciate the Secretariat for preparing this document. We wish also to appreciate the information provided by parties on their efforts to address rhino poaching and illegal rhino horn trade. Madam Chair, it is clear that while many important actions are underway to protect rhinos from poaching and prosecute those who engage in rhino horn trafficking, the poaching of rhinos and the illegal trade in their horns remain very serious issues across both the source country and the consumer countries. Madam Chair, SC Document 37 mentions the importance of the outcome of the CITES Rhinoceros Enforcement Task Force held in Nairobi in 2013, but also notes that details for the focal points of countries affected by the illegal rhino horn trade are out of date. Madam Chair, alongside US, we fully support the recommendation in paragraph 53 of SC 77 to update the focal point details and revisit the outcomes of the last task force meeting. However, we feel it will be especially beneficial for the CITES Rhinoceros Enforcement Task Force to meet again to bring everyone together who focus on addressing rhino poaching and trafficking to create new strategies and actions to protect rhinos. Therefore, we recommend that the Standing Committee recommend that COP19 reconvene the CITES Rhinoceros Enforcement Task Force. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kenya. I will turn next to India, followed by Zimbabwe. India, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a home to the largest population of Indian one-horned rhinoceroses, the Government of India has taken a number of steps to secure the future of this species. The species is found in 4 states in India, and their habitats have been designated as protected areas. Rhinoceroses receive the highest degree of protection under the Indian law, and all commercial trade of rhino horn is prohibited. However, poaching of rhinos for demand of horns driven by consumer countries is the biggest threat to rhino conservation in India. Rhino poaching has significantly reduced in the country due to protection and enforcement measures and community outreach measures. As a signal to poachers and illegal traders the state of Assam destroyed nearly 2,500 rhino horns in 2021 on World Rhino Day. We would like to inform the Standing Committee that the Government of India has issued guidelines for carcass disposal of rhinoceroses, as well as guidelines for population enumeration of Indian one-horned rhinoceroses. Targeted demand reduction programs are essential to protect rhino population from poaching. We call upon the Standing Committee to recommend that Decision 18.116 be renewed at COP19 and amended to include time-bound reporting requirements on implementation for relevant parties. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, India. I will continue to take interventions. I had Zimbabwe, please.
Thank you, Chair. Zimbabwe appreciates CITES Secretariat on work done on SC 74 document 34. Zimbabwe is a rhino range state for both black and white rhino. And we are proud to announce to the committee our rhino numbers have passed the 1,000 mark, a first in the last 20 years. This is as a result of concerted national efforts despite all the challenges to conserve rhino inside and outside protected wildlife areas in Zimbabwe. At the same time, we have managed to reintroduce the black rhino in Guinea National Park, which is the second largest national park in Zimbabwe, after the population was wiped out by drought and poachers some 3 decades ago. We are pleased to inform you that rhino poaching in Zimbabwe has decreased significantly in the past 3 years. Despite all the progress, we still have a fair share of our challenges, including outstanding court cases, where we want to see culprits receiving their deserved sentences. Efforts are also being made to work closely with the judiciary to ensure all rhino poachers get deterrent sentences in accordance with our national laws, and we are talking of 9 years and above. Zimbabwe is making effort to establish a wildlife DNA laboratory to enhance our local capacity of technological application in wildlife conservation. We are also reviewing our Parks and Wildlife Act to ensure responsiveness and alignment of our legal instruments to emerging issues, as well as synchronization with our national constitution and global policy framework. In addition, Chair, we reviewed our communal areas management program for indigenous resources, CAMFIRE, to ensure communities derive more benefits from conservation initiatives, an incentive and justification for them to play more important roles as the first line of defense against poaching of our wildlife. Over and above, Chair, we're also working with partners to ensure we update all our species-specific management plans for a more coordinated and effective management of listed species. Please see our report on SC 75A5 for more information. I submit, Chair.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. Indonesia. Shall I get, you have the floor, please.
Thank you. Thank you again, Madam Chair, for giving Indonesia the floor for this agenda. First of all, Indonesia appreciates parties who have submitted their reports and appreciates the Secretariat for the report and recommendation. Furthermore, we support, in particular, the simplified procedures to issue permits and certificates as mentioned in Resolution 12.3, Ref COP 18 on permits and certificates for forensic analysis in support of investigations and addressing crimes on rhinos. And if we may also share our efforts in rhino protection, Madam Chair, we're happy to share that Indonesia has 2 species of rhinos, all of them which are fully protected by our laws and regulations. For the wild population and their habitat protection, we actively have implemented smart patrols with rangers and trained communities which form rhino protection needs. We have built rhino sanctuaries, we have established biobank programs to save genetic materials and to assist reproduction technology. And finally, we have also built a genetic database for the rhino, Javanese rhino. With these activities, we expect to be able to save and restore the rhino current population. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. I don't see any more requests from the floor from parties. I can take 1 or 2 requests from organizations, and then I will conclude. I hear general support, and there was a couple of comments that I will address and seek the perspective of the committee. So I'll take the one intervention from EIA of the US, please. Okay, 2, and Conservation Force. Very briefly, please.
Thank you, Chair. This intervention is made on behalf of the Environmental Investigation Agency and 14 other observer organizations, and we've shared the names with the Secretariat. We appreciate the information supplied by Namibia, South Africa, and Vietnam in response to Decision 18.111, as well as the information supplied by Mozambique in its NIRAP oral update and China in SC 74 INF4, but note that it is a brief summary. With respect to Vietnam, we appreciate the progress made regarding prosecutions and convictions. However, we remain concerned that Vietnam continues to be a leading transit and destination point for trafficked rhino horn, and room for improvement remains, particularly on conducting intelligence-led investigations. We support the recommendations in paragraph 53 of Doc 37, with the exception of 53B, and instead recommend that the Standing Committee request Mozambique, Myanmar, and China to provide comprehensive written responses on their implementation of Decision 18.111 in time for SC 75. Doc 37 regretfully contains only brief mention of party implementation of Decision 18.116, and nothing is included about the provision of the decision that calls for the closure of rhino horn markets that contribute to poaching or illegal trade. We therefore support India's recommendation for the Standing Committee to recommend that COP19 renew this decision and amend it to include time-bound reporting requirements for relevant parties. We also wish to highlight the deeply concerning increase in rhino poaching in Botswana that has occurred since CITES parties last discussed rhinos at COP18. According to government data, at least 92 rhinos were poached in Botswana in 2019 and 2020, up from only 6 poached in the country from 2006 through 2017. In light of this poaching increase, we call on the Standing Committee to direct Botswana to report on any measures it is taking to address the poaching in accordance with Decision 18.110 in time for consideration by SC 75. Finally, we support the calls from Kenya and the US for reconvening the CITES Rhinoceros Enforcement Task Force. A meeting of the task force would provide much-needed attention to the ongoing rhino poaching crisis and jumpstart global collective enforcement action to address rhino poaching and rhino horn trafficking. Thank you.
Thank you, EIA. And our last intervention is from Conservation Force.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be extremely brief. And I'm referring to paragraph 25 of the document on the efforts of South Africa with its neighboring countries, and in particular with Mozambique, to note that the Greater Lebombo Conservancy, Madam Chair, which is a strip of land in Mozambique bordering Kruger National Park, is formed mainly of hunting concessions, which are putting enormous efforts since many years in the conservation of rhinos through anti-poaching and other logistical efforts. such as the collaboration with the Mozambique government in the deorning of the last rhinos which are present in Mozambique. So this is also to show that also in these parts of Africa, like elsewhere, the hunting community is very keen and is putting enormous efforts in the conservation of this species. Thank you.
Thank you, Conservation Force. And thank you, parties and observers who have commented on this document. Based on the discussion, I have concluded that there is support for the recommendations found in paragraph 53. So we note the reports received, including the additional updates provided by Namibia. We note the update provided by China. We agree to advance to the Conference of the Parties the proposed amendments to the resolution as found in paragraph 50 of the document. We agree with the points of encouragement to parties on the various efforts, including the request to update the focal points and remind parties of the enforcement task force outcomes. Additionally, I heard a request for the Standing Committee to propose the renewal of 18116, Decision 18116. So I didn't hear anything against that, so I can see the Standing Committee proposing the renewal of the decision. And the COP may wish to elaborate on aspects of that decision. And I also heard from Kenya and the United States a request to give consideration to holding another meeting of the task of the Rhinoceros Enforcement Task Force. I heard Kenya in particular ask if we could have a decision to the COP on this regard. So the committee, if you agree, could advance, and I could work with the Secretariat to draft such a decision, but it could advance a decision to the Secretariat asking them to convene a second meeting of the Rhinoceros Enforcement Task Force subject to availability of funding. I think that was the intent of what Kenya and the United States were looking for. So I will see if there's any disagreement with those two additional points, the renewal and the task force decision. And seeing no requests for the floor, I'll assume that that is also agreeable to the parties. Okay. So that would conclude our deliberations on document 37. Agree to the recommendations in paragraph 53, as well as to recommend the Conference of the Party renew 18116 and a new decision on convening the task force. Thank you. I think that about brings us to the end of this session, so I had hoped to at least catch up, but we will soldier on. A quick couple of announcements. So first of all, the drafting group on the Big Cats Task Force, arrangements have been made for you to convene at 5:30, so not at lunchtime, but at the dinner break, in the Raza room. Israel, you're convening your informal group on cheetah, and it's suggested that Salle Luque on level 2 at 12:45 tomorrow. Tomorrow, 12:45, Salle Luque. Merci. Et And finally, before we close, I understand that UNEP WCMC would like to draw our attention to a new CITES wildlife trade view. So with the indulgence of the interpreters and the room, if UNEP WCMC wants to give us a quick update, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving us the floor. We'd like to announce the launch today of CITES Wildlife Trade View, which is a new interactive online tool for visualising CITES trade data and trends. CITES Wildlife Trade View is dynamically linked to the 23 million records held within the CITES trade database and allows users to quickly view and monitor trends in wildlife trade through 3 tailored dashboards: a global overview, a country view, and a taxon or species view. CITES Wildlife Trade View is a joint project between the CITES Secretariat and UNEP WCMC and was made possible through the financial support from the UK Research and Innovations Global Challenges Research Fund under the Trade Hub project. The platform is available on the CITES website in English, French and Spanish. We would encourage participants of the 74th meeting of the Standing Committee to explore the site, and if any parties would like a brief demonstration of the tool over the next couple of days, then please do find a representative of UNEP WCMC and we'd be very happy to showcase it to you. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, UNEP WCMC, and I did have a peek over the shoulder of my colleagues, so congratulations for that launch. So with that, I think we can conclude, and I will see everyone promptly at 2 o'clock. Panama, did you want to add something?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
I just wanted to remind the plenary that at 5 p.m. during the break, we will be holding a side event in a place which is very close to here, opposite. We'll have people, guiding everyone so they can come to there. We're going to talk about coastal marine subjects. Refreshments will be served, and it's at the Pavilion Lay. The speaker apologized for the French, but I think it was Pavilion Lay.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you to the interpreters for your indulgence. I'll see everyone back here promptly at 2 o'clock. Thank you. One more minute, so I'd ask everyone to kindly take their seats, please, so we can begin. We're already 5 minutes past 2 o'clock, so I'd appreciate everyone coming to their seats, please. Thank you. So it is now 5 after 2, and I would like to begin. I see that I have my quorum, so I would ask everyone to please go to their seats so that we can begin. We are still finishing up from the agenda from yesterday. The next item on our agenda is document 35, Wildlife Crime Enforcement Support in West and Central Africa. I would ask people if they could please quiet down so that the committee can hear the report from the Secretariat. So the first item in the agenda is document 35.2, the report of the Secretariat. So Secretariat, please, we will start with 35.2, and then perhaps we will also open 35.3 and then begin discussion. Right. So 35.2, please, Secretariat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The document summarizes several initiatives undertaken by parties and a range of organizations in West and Central Africa to strengthen CITES implementation and address wildlife crime. It is encouraging to note an increasing awareness among some of the parties concerned, as well as an increase in interest and support amongst the international community and technical partners to support both sub-regions. However, both sub-regions continue to be significantly affected by wildlife crime, and further strengthened efforts and support are needed. To highlight in particular is that the Secretariat developed a suite of activities that could be delivered across both sub-regions in support of strengthening implementation and enforcement of CITES. To date, the Secretariat has received 10 responses to the letter issued in November 2021 addressed to parties in the 2 sub-regions, inviting expressions of interest to receive capacity building support under this initiative. The Secretariat thanks Angola, Benin, Côte d'Ivoire, Ghana, Guinea, Niger, Nigeria, Senegal, the Gambia, and Togo for the responses. Based on responses, the Secretariat will mobilize support and capacity building initiatives in close cooperation with its IQIC partners to address the identified needs. A further update on progress will be provided at COP19. The recommendations are in paragraph 27. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat, for these recommendations to the Standing Committee in document SC 74 35.2. Those are in paragraph 27. The next document, SC 74 doc 35.3, is also in relation to the wildlife crime enforcement in wild West and Central Africa. And there's a number of recommendations provided there as well. And so it's my suggestion to invite the proponents to introduce their document, and then we could perhaps begin our conversation on the next steps for this issue, looking at both documents. So I will invite the proponents for Doc 35.3 to introduce the document. I'd like the party who is introducing it to please raise their flag, Nigeria, Benin, or Niger. So I'm inviting Nigeria, I believe, to present document 35.3.
Madam Chair, I beg your indulgence. Let me.
So again, I was looking for the proponents for document 35.2. I was just going to offer to do it myself as well. Senegal, please, on behalf of the proponents.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear colleagues, I am speaking on behalf of ECOWAS, a group of 15 countries, and I will present the report of Nigeria, Benin, and Niger. Nigeria, Benin, and Niger, on behalf of ECOWAS, the Economic Community of West African States and its member states, who we'd like to present a series of activities that were undertaken to facilitate the regional implementation of 18.88 and 18.89 for the conservation of wildlife species in the region. The setting up of a network to fight against wildlife crime, the LCLS. The countries in West Africa are extremely concerned by the high levels of wildlife crime in the region, and the member states of ECOWAS have looked at studies to adopt measures that will guarantee that countries of origin, destination, and transit will all play an equal role in the process of ensuring that the convention is followed and working in terms of the application and implementation of laws in the countries. The Standing Committee is invited to review the information contained in the document SC 7435.2 and to look at considering the request for guidance detailed in paragraphs 8 to 13 of the document, and to consider submitting to the Conference of the Parties the draft decisions, strengthening collaboration between source, transit, and consumer countries, and directed to the Standing Committee. The Standing Committee shall establish a working group with representation from all regions to make recommendations for consideration at the 20th meeting of the Conference of the Parties on the development and adoption of procedures. I won't read the whole document, and then direct it to the Secretariat. The Secretariat shall support the Standing Committee in the implementation of the decision 19.AA, including through the provision of technical expertise, translation, and interpretation as appropriate. So that is then we have a draft decision on strengthening wildlife law enforcement. I don't want to take up too much time. The document has been shared. Everyone has had an opportunity to read it. So that is a very brief summary of the document. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal, for stepping in on behalf of your colleagues and providing us with that excellent introduction to document 35.3. So I wanted to take these two together because 35.2 provides the report of the Secretariat in response to the decisions that were adopted by the Conference of the Parties, including the direction to the Secretariat. And there are some recommendations on issues for the Standing Committee to note and encourage. The Standing Committee might wish to consider what it wishes to do with these decisions if there's further work to be done. And it is my sense that what we received from our colleagues in Nigeria, Benin, and Niger were some suggestions on activities that could be considered by the Conference of the Parties related to the issue of wildlife crime enforcement support in West and Central Africa. So I'll be interested in the views of the committee in terms of moving this work forward, the recommendations by the Secretariat in paragraph 27, as well as the proposals from the Nigeria, Benin, and Niger in the annexes of document 35.3. I hope everyone's with me, and with that, I will open the floor for comments, please. So I will start by seeking any comments from members of the Standing Committee. I will also include an invitation to members of observer parties who may wish to comment on the recommendations from document 35.2 as well as 35.3. So I see a request for the floor from Burkina Faso, please. You have the floor.
Merci,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Burkina Faso would like to thank Nigeria, Niger, and Benin for having submitted this important document to the Standing Committee meeting. As a member state of ECOWAS, Burkina Faso aligns itself fully with the document. Burkina is extremely concerned by the high and continuous levels of wildlife crime in West Africa. This crime, which is linked to wildlife, has taken place on a significant level and is managed by organized transnational crime groups. And our region is used for the transit of wildlife species. So it's important that ECOWAS has recently concluded its West African strategy to fight wildlife crime. And we are looking forward to implementing this strategy, and we'd like to give thanks for the support that has been offered to help us and the provision of a specialized team for wildlife crime that will assist us. I encourage the Standing Committee to support the information in Annex 2 of document 35.3, strengthening wildlife enforcement in West Africa, which has just been set up. And support from CITES will be very much appreciated. And in Annex 1 of the document, the draft decision will also be extremely useful, and it will mean that there will be much stronger collaboration between source, transit, and consumer countries. And we very much support this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Burkina Faso. Senegal. Senegal, please, followed by Nigeria. Senegal, please.
Voilà, merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I align myself with the words of Burkina Faso and on behalf of our brother countries for the report that we have submitted. We have worked with all countries across ECOWAS for the development of the strategy to fight against wildlife crime. For this strategy, within ECOWAS, all the member states have supported the strategy. It has really been taken on by all the countries with the aim of protecting the environment. It's a strategy, and every country is ready and willing to implement it. And in document 35.3, we see that our region is the target of organized crime, and there are extremely sophisticated processes set up, and it involves illicit financial flows. So it's important that the countries that are impacted by this scourge are assisted and accompanied by the CITES community so that we can have a suitable response to this crime. And we also think that the current lack of collaboration and communication between countries of origin, transit, and destination act as barriers to our ability to act on measures to protect wildlife. The support of the intersessional CITES working group will be helpful, in particular when it comes to Annex 1 of our document. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. Next, I have Nigeria. Nigeria, please.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. It is my honor to also lend in my voice, to present this document. The West African region as a whole is highly committed to combating wildlife crime, and we are happy to inform the Standing Committee that the West African strategy has been validated by all ECOWAS environment ministers. The strategy is currently awaiting adoption by the ECOWAS Parliament. The implementation mechanism for the West African strategy on combating wildlife crime will be a West African network to combat wildlife crime, also known as WAN, W-A-N. This one will provide the West African region with a means to collaborate on wildlife law enforcement and to undertake enhanced investigations and operations. The West African strategy also requires all the 15 member states to develop national crime strategies and to establish wildlife enforcement task force. Nigeria is pleased to announce that it will launch its own national strategy on wildlife and forest crime later this month. We extend sincere thanks to UNODC and other partners who supported us in the development of this strategy. Given progress made with the West African strategy, we are therefore pleased to report to the Standing Committee that our region has taken great strides towards implementation of Decision 18.89. However, Madam Chair, what is very clear is that wildlife crimes, and in particular organized criminal groups, are currently more determined than ever to illegally exploit our wildlife. The scale of this crime is growing, not diminishing. Wildlife crime can be considered as an emergency in our own region. The ECOWAS region is therefore looking to identify urgent measures that will make a significant and lasting change. With this in mind, I would like to refer honorable colleagues and parties to Standing Committee Info Doc 19, where you will see a letter to the Standing Committee from 5 ECOWAS countries expressing the need for this sort of large-scale change. In SC document 35.3, we have identified 2 proposed decisions for submission to COP19. The first decision is with regard to the adoption of measures which ensure that source, transit, and consumer countries all play an equal role in the CITES compliance process. In our experience, current levels of collaboration between source, transit, and consumer countries are not adequate to ensure efficient wildlife law enforcement. Indeed, it will be impossible for our new West African network to combat wildlife crime to undertake efficient operations unless there is more systematic enforcement collaboration between the source, transit, and consumer countries. The proposed decision, therefore, calls for establishment of working group to explore the development and adoption of procedures to promote enhanced collaboration between source, transit, and consumer countries. 1, a secure mechanism for regular exchange of seizure information, the establishment of a CITES early warning mechanism that will ensure all parties along the supply chains are made aware of priority enforcement needs, the establishment of a forum to promote regular communication between source, transit, and consumer countries, and the need for CITES guidelines or enforcement coordination between source, transit, and consumer countries. The second proposed decision to COP19 seeks the expertise and guidance of other regional enforcement networks as the WANE becomes operational. It proposes the establishment of an intersectional working group in this regard. We welcome feedback and guidance from the Standing Committee and other parties and organizations regarding these 2 proposed decisions. Also, my comments or feedback regarding the West African strategy doc are very much welcome. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Nigeria. So I will continue to take comments from members of the Standing Committee and parties. I'm certainly not hearing any disagreement with the proposals and the needs being described. Belgium, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On document 35.2, we want to thank the Secretariat for the report, and we also want to welcome the efforts from the region. We support the proposed recommendations and encourage parties in West Africa to further strengthen the CITES implementation and enforcement. We also encourage other parties, governmental, intergovernmental, and non-governmental organizations and interested stakeholders to provide them with help to achieve this. On document 35.3, we could agree with the establishments of the working group. What we feel that the decision 19BB should be subjected to external funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. Just taking a note of that. So I will continue to seek the interest from parties. And seeing no further requests from parties, I would also invite if there are any observer organizations who wish to make a comment on document 35.2 or document 35.3. Thank you. So at this, I'm hearing support for the conclusions in document 35.2, paragraph 27. I'm also hearing support for the proposed follow-up approaches to take on wildlife crime enforcement in West and Central Africa as through the decisions that are being proposed in 35.3. The Secretariat wanted to indicate some of the ongoing activities that they have that speak to the intent of these decisions, and so perhaps I can give the floor to the Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to inform parties that the work that's envisaged for West and Central Africa, the work that we're currently finalizing, actually envisaged to cover quite a lot of the work that is proposed in the document submitted by Nigeria, Benin, and Niger in terms of the activities that are included. So we propose consideration is given to the fact that some of these activities might be already covered, and request the Secretariat to take these paragraphs into consideration when it's addressing this work in the region. In addition, with relation to Annex 1, we'd like to note that for decision 19AA, paragraphs C and D, these two issues are addressed or will be addressed by the Timber Task Force that was already discussed and are also included in Resolution 11.3 RevCov 18. So they might not need to be further addressed. And the Standing Committee may wish, however, to bring to the COP paragraphs A and B for consideration by the Conference of the Parties. With regards to Annex 2, we note that IQIC has developed the IQIC guidelines for wildlife enforcement networks. And this might be a tool that could be implemented directly without a need for a decision or any further requests, just by submitting as a network a request to the Secretariat for IQIC support to implement these guidelines. So we'll be happy to provide support to the WAN should a request be received by the Secretariat. We can work with the network and its member countries to implement the guidelines upon request. And we would also be able to bilaterally seek funding which will address the concerns raised by Belgium, I believe, in terms of adding the additional text subject to external funding. Thank you, Chair. Sorry, one more thing, Chair. All of this is proposed just in the noting that wildlife crime in West and Central Africa continues to be a pressing issue, and that we can move forward a number of activities already. So all of this work will speed up all the activities that will take place, and will not have to necessarily wait to COP for further work. So this is just a consideration for the Standing Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So what I understand from the Secretariat that I will allow the parties to reflect on is that in Annex 1 of document 35.3, the activities under, is it C and D, are being considered under in Resolution 11.3 and by the Timber Task Force. So the committee is invited by the Secretariat to consider whether or not it would wish to focus that decision directed to the Standing Committee on items A and B, the secure mechanism and the early warning mechanism. And then in Annex 2, the Secretariat draws to our attention that the support that's being requested in these decisions can be requested via the IQIC support and does not therefore necessarily require a decision to the Conference of the Parties should those parties wish to take that route. And so I'm in the hands of you in terms of your preferred approach in terms of addressing these decisions, for which I heard support and certainly no objection. And I do note Belgium's comment that the decisions directed to the Secretariat should include subject to the availability of external funds. I'll take silence to be preference for the document as presented in document 35.3, noting that there might be some redundancies, but given that that was presented, I'll take your silence to be that is your preference. However, if you think some amendments are useful in line with what the Secretariat presented, please let me know. Canada?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Secretariat, for bringing this up. Canada is, in general, very supportive of these types of efforts, and that's the reason we did not raise any objections. But however, we were curious as to how this was different than some of the existing efforts that are ongoing under different programs and different projects, including everything the parties can do as using Resolution 11.3 as support. So since this has been brought up, I think there is, I would suggest there's a lot of value in trying to see what are the items that are different, if any, to bring those forward. I'm very mindful that we're bringing a lot of items to the Standing Committee, so this would be a way of trying to reduce the workload by not creating items that package just different components of other work that is ongoing. So perhaps the proponents can reflect as well, and we would be interested in understanding what would the value added be of having these as separate decisions, but otherwise I would tend to agree with the proposal from the Secretariat to trim down the decisions so that we leave the items that are redundant where they already are. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Canada. I will see if the proponents wish to reflect. I think your advice would be welcome by the committee.
Merci, Madame
Senegal, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank all those parties that have taken the floor on this matter, which is of great concern to the sub-region. It is true that this document was submitted to COP18, and now it has been put before the Standing Committee. The idea being to see how to ensure that the sub-region has a clear strategy. Now, it is true, as Canada has said, that there are activities underway in some countries. This is a time-consuming process, and while waiting for it to be completed, some countries have worked with donors to try and see what activities they can launch, which are indeed covered by the main document. As Belgium has said, we do need to have funding. We need, therefore, to ensure that we get that, and obtaining funding is part and parcel of the strategy. This strategy has to be approved by all 15 ECOWAS ministers, and I chaired the drafting committee, so I have had the opportunity to put these needs to all of these ministers, and then we also need the approval of all 15 ECOWAS presidents. It's not just a matter of ECOWAS funding this strategy. It will also be put to a call for offers from partners who might be willing to provide some additional support. None of this in any way diminishes the value of this strategy. So we have already started, but We need to see this through. There will be added value, however, if the strategy is adopted and is funded. You will see that everything to do with wildlife and wildlife crime and the whole question of CITES implementation will be part of all of the training in the 15 ECOWAS member states where there is training in legal issues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senegal, and thank you for your explanation. And what I'm gathering from you is that you see value, even though there is some overlap in these decisions in terms of the building of awareness and attention, and hopefully that will lead to some more funding for the strategy and the work. And so based on that, and based on the fact that for the original document, I did not hear any concerns raised on 35.3. I'm getting the sense that perhaps the committee would be satisfied to submit these decisions to the Conference of the Parties with the amendment from Belgium, and that if the Conference of the Parties does adopt these decisions, that there will be some good coordination to ensure that efforts are well coordinated amongst the existing efforts and the existing directions in 11.3 amongst other places. So that's what I'm getting from your intervention and from what I'm interpreting silence to be. So therefore my conclusion is, first of all, that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations in paragraph 27 of Doc 35.2. And further, that the Standing Committee agrees to submit to the Conference of the Parties the proposed decisions in document 35.3 Annex 1 with the amendment to decision 19BB to indicate that this is subject to the availability of external funding. And the Standing Committee also agrees to submit the draft decisions in document 35.3 Annex 2, again with the amendment to 19BB that this decision is subject to the availability of external funding. Bon, okay, merci. And I think that concludes our discussion with these documents. Thank you to the Secretariat and to Niger, Nigeria, and Benin, and Senegal for bringing this forward. And now we will turn our attention to item 35.1. Okay, so under item 35, we have two documents. So we have 35.1.1, the report of the Plans Committee, and 35.1.2, the a submission from Senegal. So I will invite the chair of the Plans Committee to introduce document 35.1.1.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The document 35.1.1 was prepared by the Plants Committee. The Plants Committee was asked by the Standing Committee 70 to consider the possibility of including Pterocarpus erinaceus in all range traits in the review of significant trade and to report on its conclusions to SC 73. The listing of the inclusion of Pterocarpus erinaceus in RST is an exception under Para 1C Stage 1 of Resolution Conf 12.8 revised COP 18 RST of Appendix 2 listed species. The intersessional working group set up at PC25 had as its mandate to see what, if any, Pterocarpus erinaceus country combination should be included in Stage 2 of the RST. Based on the conclusions of the working group, as presented in Para 6 of Document 35.1.1, the Plants Committee adopted recommendations to list Pterocarpus erinaceus country of less concern for Cameroon, the Central African Republic, Chad, Côte d'Ivoire, Guinea, Liberia, Niger, Senegal, and Togo. Only range states for the species under consideration were removed from the process. Liberia is not a range state. Then we have another category. Pterocarpus erinaceus includes those countries for which action is needed: Benin, Burkina Faso, Gambia, Ghana, Guinea-Bissau, Mali, Nigeria, and Sierra Leone. These countries are therefore to be included in Stage 2 of the RST. In keeping with Article 19 of its Rules of Procedure, the Plants Committee will use its intersessional decision-taking process following consultations with range states and based on the updated report mandated by the Secretariat on Pterocarpus erinaceus in range states participating in Stage 2. Recommendations have been addressed to range states that could be withdrawn from the review of significant trade at this stage, and this is to be published on the CITES website. There's zero quotas, their information on harvesting or trade prohibitions as recommended in Resolutions 12.3 Rev Cop 18 and Conf 14.7 Rev Cop 15. The Secretariat shall make updates with respect to Stage 3 of the RST. The recommendations for the Standing Committee are presented in paragraph 15 of SC 74.35.1.1. That is, to take note of the progress made by the Plants Committee in the RST for Pterocarpus erinaceus following the request made by SC 70. To deal in keeping with the provisions of Para 2 of Resolution Conf 12.8 Rev Cop 18, the problems that are not tied in with the implementation of Article 4.2a or 3 that have been identified by the Plants Committee in paragraph 6c of this document and other relevant documents of this session, including documents SC 74 Doc 2824 on Article 13 and Nigeria, and SC 74 Doc 3512, which is Senegal's document. There's another recommendation, and that is that the Standing Committee should agree that the provisions of paragraph B of Decision 1892 can be considered as having been carried out. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair of the Plans Committee. And thank you for your indulgence. I was just conferring with the Secretariat because I believe there were some updates. And so I think I'll ask the Secretariat to provide further updates on stage 3, and then we'll turn to the other document. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. As a complement to the introduction by the Chair of the Plans Committee, we would like to update you that the report that is mentioned in paragraph 10 of the document has now been completed, and it takes into account the responses received so far by Benin, Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, Mali, and Sierra Leone. And it is based on this that the Plans Committee, at the request of the Chair, can be ready to initiate the intersessional decision-making process to develop the recommendations as requested under the resolution on significant trade.
Thank you, Secretariat. And so we can see that the Plans Committee's activities are well underway and continuing intersessionally. So before we open discussion on the recommendations, perhaps I can invite Senegal to also provide their perspectives by introducing their document 35.1.2, please. Senegal, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam. Senegal is to introduce this document, which is an analysis of trade in Pterocarpus erinaceus, which seems to be from particularly Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra Leone, and Mali, this after the suspension of its trade forthcoming from Nigeria. Given the very high levels of illegal trade, which we consider very difficult, we suggest that there be a suspension of trade in this species. The Standing Committee is thus invited to consider setting up a sessional working group that would make recommendations in order to restrict illegal trade, which is very far-reaching in the region. This the working group could, for instance, consider information available on Pterocarpus erinaceus in 74.35.1.2 and 35.2. And we would also invite the Standing Committee to consider parties thinking about exporting and re-exporting from countries of origin of Pterocarpus erinaceus. This trade should be suspended in order to bring an end to illegal trade and to try to lay the foundations for legal trade in this species. This in keeping with the convention, and perhaps consider that decisions 1888 to 1893, which support the law enforcement and the fight against wildlife crime in West Africa, should be amended so that they could be considered as amended decisions by the COP.
Thank you, Senegal, for your presentation. As I've indicated, it's challenging for me to offer the option of an in-session working group. So I would perhaps look for alternative approaches to addressing some of the concerns, recognizing, of course, that the Plants Committee is underway with some of the work it's doing on the exceptional review of significant trade. And of course, there is the work we just discussed under document 35.2 on wildlife crime enforcement support in West and Central Africa. So perhaps we might refer to some of that work in order to have a good process. But I will now seek the views of the members of the Standing Committee on the recommendations in both of these documents. So I'll seek your guidance on the most effective path forward. I will invite observer parties as well who wish to comment. Nigeria, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nigeria very much welcomes this report by Senegal and notes with concern the continued and ongoing high level of illegal trade in Pterocarpus erinaceus across the West African region. Nigeria believes that this issue of trade in Pterocarpus erinaceus is likely to be a key focus for the newly established West African network to combat wildlife crime once it is operational. In the meantime, Nigeria supports the proposal by Senegal with regard to the creation of an in-session working group on Pterocarpus erinaceus to develop further recommendations as directed by Decision 18.92 as a response to the recommendations of the Plans Committee. If such working group is established, then Nigeria would like to join the working group. We also very much encourage China as a major source, as a major consumer country of this species, to please also join this working group. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Nigeria. I will continue to take views on this. China, did you wish to take the floor? China, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Je vais surtout exprimer la position chinoise.
I would like to give China's position on the report submitted by Senegal. China takes note of Senegal's concerns with respect to Pterocarpus erinaceus. Those concerns are clearly put in the Secretariat's report 35.2. And we do have a tremendous effort underway in Africa with support to ensure that the law is respected. We do feel, therefore, that the capacity building that has been undertaken is already sufficient in order to tackle the concerns to do with illegal trade in this species. We do not feel that a working group would be necessary. Furthermore, we would like to highlight that Pterocarpus erinaceus is currently being considered under the review of significant trade. Senegal is suggesting a temporary suspension of trade. We feel that we need to ensure that there is full consistency between new decisions and those processes already underway, as indeed is the case for Pterocarpus erinaceus. Thank you.
Thank you, China. I'll see if there's any further interventions from members of the Standing Committee, and I will also invite observer parties. Guinea, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam.
Sur ce point, la Guinée est dans la mise en œuvre.
Guinea would like to say the following on this matter. With respect to the implementation of its strategy, supports this report. The idea here is to reduce wildlife crime and illegal trade in wildlife. The idea is to provide for serious sanctions against illegal trade, and it would encourage international efforts in this respect. Measures have been taken in Guinea to counter illegal trade through a national campaign against wildlife crime. We have patrols on the borders, and we also have bans on illegal trade in all wildlife, plants, animals, and sea life. We have, for instance, prohibited trade in some species with neighboring states. We feel that there needs to be an effort made to ensure that there is a legislative harmonization with respect to these issues in the sub-region. We also need to ensure that transporter patrols are up to. We need to ensure that our political decision makers are well aware of what needs to be done in order to ensure that Pterocarpus erinaceus is protected. With respect to this proposal, we support Senegal and would undertake to work with them in order to ensure that they are successful. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Guinea? I'll continue to seek any views from parties. I'll also invite observers, if there's any observers who wish to comment. I will take I saw a request from the United States, so the United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We welcome the update from the Secretariat that the updated report is now complete so that the Plants Committee may begin their work under the review of significant trade process. Meanwhile, the Standing Committee is charged with addressing problems not related to the implementation of Article 4.2a or 3. And as such, given the information provided in the document from Senegal and the exceptional case presented by the species, which resulted in its expedited inclusion in the review of significant trade, we would be supportive of a recommendation to suspend commercial trade in Pterocarpus erinaceus from each range state, with specific guidelines that would assist range states in achieving, in being removed from such trade suspension, which at a minimum would include that each range state must meet recommendations that come out of the Plants Committee on a range state by range state basis, and to make efforts to combat the illegal trade, which efforts may be addressed on a regional level. In addition, the Standing Committee should urge the countries retained in the review to respond to the Secretariat in a timely manner, and for any parties who have in place a ban on harvest or export to promptly publish such information as zero quotas on the CITES website for quotas. And thank you.
Thank you, United States. I saw the World Resources Institute, so please, you can.
Thank you, Chair. Very briefly, thanks to the Secretariat and thanks for the great report, very sobering from Senegal. WI just wanted to point out that this really is an exceptional case, and movement here at the Standing Committee is important. This is a massive problem. When the house is on fire, you try to put the fire out, or a minimum, you step out of the way of those who are trying to put the fire out. So I hope and would urge that there can be some in-session discussion of that here this week. We came all the way here. It seems like we should talk face to face. We know there's some nice rooms upstairs there, and that we really tried to move forward on this, because this is, I think, what the exceptional aspects of the Standing Committee's mandate were actually meant for. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and I'll take the last intervention from EIA, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we also really appreciate these important issues referred to the Standing Committee explicitly by the Plants Committee. and as raised by Senegal and other range states, and in particular also the efforts by range states to stop the illegal logging and trade in Pterocarpus erinaceus. And we also reiterate and recognize, however, that this is a problem that extends beyond the region and that importing parties have a role to play in this illegal trade. An analysis by EIA based on CITES trade data found a discrepancy of close to 2 million tons between the volumes of Pterocarpus erinaceus reported by importers and exporters between 2016 and 2020. Importers have reported more than double the volume reported by exporting countries in West Africa. So as a result, and in addition to the recommendation for a trade suspension and the zero quota, which was raised by Senegal, but in the absence of the possibility of working groups, we would align us with the suggestion made by the United States, and would support that as well. But we would also strongly recommend to include for the Secretariat to undertake a consolidated Article 13 review for Pterocarpus erinaceus, to include the parties with ongoing compliance investigation and reviews, as well as other major exporting and principal importing parties, to report actions and progress to the 77th meeting of the Standing Committee. So in short, we do support the proposal by the United States, and we believe that the Standing Committee should respond to the Plans Committee's request to address these serious issues in a meaningful way at this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, parties. And I was continuing to confer because I was trying to get a handle on all the various other activities that are being undertaken for illegal trade on Pterocopsis, recognizing the Plants Committee is in the midst of a process. and also recognizing that any decision here needs to be clear and have clear milestones and understanding for the parties to really understand the intent and the consequences. And so I was trying to look to see if there was a path that would allow us to express the concern that I'm hearing about the pervasive illegal trade, while still giving the Plants Committee the opportunity to continue their review of significant trade, and giving those actions being done on enforcement and illegal trade issues in Western Central Africa a place to pick up some of these concerns and really put attention and focus on those. One suggestion might be to encourage the range states to strongly encourage the range states to publish a zero export quota until the examination by the Plants Committee can be completed. But I am again trying to figure out a good outcome in light of the pool of work we have. Belgium, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and sorry for coming in a bit late. I think we're struggling a bit with the same thing here. Anyway, before I start, we did have a question related to the follow-up of these parties that were already excluded from the review of significant trade, because we note that in paragraph 8 of the report of the Secretariat, it's mentioned that none of these removed parties have already requested the publication of a zero export quota, even though the Plants Committee encouraged those parties strongly to do so. And we would indeed appreciate some follow-up on this. And with regards to the comments made by USA, I understood them to request a full trade suspension for each range state, but then there were some specific recommendations, and it was a bit difficult to grasp the extent of these. So perhaps USA could repeat it again, and this might also help you to reflect on it and seek a path forward. Thank you.
Perhaps I'll start with the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you also to Belgium for pointing that out. Indeed, following the PC25, although we did send this, we informed those range states that exited the process at stage 1 that this was provided that they would publish a zero export quota or information on harvest or trade ban information for us to publish in the CITES website. As this has not happened, our intention was to suggest that following this meeting, we would send another reminder on reminding them that was a condition for their exiting the process, and encouraging to publish that zero export quota.
Thank you, Secretariat, for updating us on the Plants Committee's process. The United States, perhaps you want to repeat some of your suggestions for Belgium, please?
Sure, and I understand that perhaps my mask was making it difficult to hear. So first, I would align myself with the comments by Belgium that these parties that were already removed from SIG trade were asked to publish their quotas. So I'm a little concerned that 4 years after this issue came before the Standing Committee, we would still be urging them to publish zero quotas. But the recommendation would be to suggest a suspension of commercial trade to include, as a minimum, that to be removed from this suspension, that each range state must meet the recommendations that will be forthcoming from the Plants Committee on a state-by-state basis, and that efforts will be made to combat the illegal trade, which may be undertaken or addressed on a regional level, perhaps in some of these modalities that have been discussed here or that already exist. And as a possible way forward, we would be supportive of revising and renewing decisions 18.88 to 18.93 as appropriate, to include the revisiting of the trade suspension at SC 75 should new information be made available that would assist in the understanding of the illegal trade, the controlling of illegal trade in these species. Thank you.
Belgium, was that clear? So I'll invite parties to reflect. I'm going to reflect a second myself on the suggestions and what I've heard from those who have intervened. So thank you. So what I'm hearing is concern regarding the illegal trade. I take note of the U.S. recommendation. My concern is, again, when I look at CITES compliance procedures, that we are putting sort of a preemptive recommendation to suspend trade rather than addressing the issue and then seeking inputs and making determinations. And so while I have admitted to being loath to set up a working group, I do now start to think that perhaps for this issue, a small working group to consider recommendations to the relevant parties on the issue of addressing the illegal trade in this species. I would ask that working group to be mindful of the activities that are already occurring under Article 13 and under 35.2, the discussion in West and Central African support for wildlife enforcement. And then this would give a chance for some of the parties who are implicated to also respond and to provide any necessary information, and presumably also support the continuation of the Plants Committee process on the review of significant trade. And then any recommendations that arise could be revisited at SC 75 to see what level of progress has been made. it would be tight. I would ask this working group to meet very quickly and punctually to address some very precise recommendations that we can make to those parties based on the concerns arising from this special case. That might also help some of the parties who are trying to think of finding solutions that also take into account the existing processes. Does that seem like an approach? I mean, essentially, it's the approach that was being presented by Senegal in their paper. Concerns? So maybe we'll do that then. So can I ask for expressions of interest starting from parties to participate in a working group at this meeting to consider the Plants Committee request that the Standing Committee consider the issues related to illegal trade for the range states of Pterocarpus. Oh, I'm not going to pronounce that. And also, I'm taking into account some of the information found in document 35.1.2. So again, if you're interested in participating in that working group, now would be a great time to lift your placard. Apparently just one. Oh, okay, now we're getting some. Okay. Okay. I have the European Union. So European Union, Burkina Faso, United States, Austria, Nigeria, Belgium, Senegal, Guinea, Thank you. So based on that, I have 8 parties participating. I appreciate the tight formation. So with that, I will also invite observers who wish to participate, noting that the rules of procedure require that there be more parties than observers on the working group. So I will take 6 observers. UNEP WCMC, Center for Environmental Law, WWF, I can't read that, EIA US, Forest Resource Institute, sorry,
Sorry, Chair, that was World Resources Institute. Thank you.
Yeah, I got the World Resources Institute. I had 6, and so I'm trying to remember if I have the 6, because everybody put their cards down too soon. So EIA, World Resources Institute, Center for Environmental Law, WWF. There was UNEP WCMC. And was it Forest Trends? Okay, so I will invite those 6 organizations to join the working group. I am hopeful that Belgium, perhaps, if you would take on this leadership. Thank you so much, Belgium. And I'll invite the Secretariat to find a time and a place for the meeting. Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. And so now we will turn our attention to the next item on the agenda. This one is on today's agenda. So we are now turning to item 50, the definition of the term appropriate and acceptable destinations. So now we're looking at SC 74 Doc 50, the definition of the term appropriate and acceptable destinations, prepared by the Animals Committee. So I will invite the Animals Committee Chair to please present your report.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. This document has been submitted by the Animals Committee and incorporates information provided to the committee by the Secretariat as well. At its 18th meeting, the Conference of the Parties adopted decisions 18152 to 18156 on definition of the term appropriate and acceptable destinations. In relation to decision 18152, the Secretariat has created a dedicated webpage on the CITES website on appropriate and acceptable destinations. This webpage contains a large range of information material in relation to this topic, and if parties and organizations have additional material, they are invited to provide these to the Secretariat for uploading. In relation to experiences to be shared about the use of the guidance provided, due to the COVID pandemic, there has not been enough time to use this guidance. Therefore, the Animals Committee proposed the renewal of the decisions in this regard as contained in paragraph 4 of the document. Pursuant to decision 18153, the Secretariat wrote to parties with African elephant populations included in Appendix 2 who have exported wild-caught African elephants to a non-African elephant range state since COP11, and requested these parties to submit information to the Secretariat on their implementation of Resolution Conf 1120, in particular considering the role and responsibility of the state of export in Article 4 of the Convention and Resolution Conf 16.7 Ref COP 17 on non-detriment findings. Responses were received from Namibia, South Africa and Zimbabwe. No response was received from Botswana. The responses received can be found in paragraphs 6 to 8, a summary of these responses. At AC 31, the Animals Committee agreed to refer the following concerns to the Standing Committee in relation to the responses. To the Standing Committee for its advice and recommendations as appropriate. A. Namibia's interpretation of its exports of live African elephants to non-range states outlined in paragraph 7 of document AC 31, Doc 18.1, Addendum 1. And B. Zimbabwe's reservation submitted following the changes adopted at the 18th meeting of the Conference of the Parties. In relation to decision 18155, the Animals Committee took several intersessional decisions as AC 31 could not take place as planned first, amongst which the creation of a working group on appropriate and acceptable destination. The working group was tasked to 1. Prepare draft non-binding best practice guidance on how to determine whether the trade would promote in situ conservation in line with the provisions of paragraph 2b of Resolution Conf 1120 Ref COP 18 in consultation with the Secretariat. 2. Building on the existing non-binding guidance contained in document COP 18 Doc 44.1, prepare more detailed species-specific guidance for living specimens of African elephants and southern white rhinos. in consultation with the relevant experts, including species and zoological facility experts, and the Secretariat. At AC31, the results of this working group were discussed and in an in-session working group further developed. They are contained in the annexes to this document. Therefore, the Standing Committee, as a summary, the Standing Committee is invited to consider proposing the draft decisions presented in paragraph 4 of this document. B, consider the concerns raised in paragraph 9 and make recommendations as appropriate. C, review the non-binding best practice guidance on how to determine whether the trade would promote in situ conservation contained in the Annex 1 to this document and consider submitting it for consideration at COP19. D, review the non-binding guidance for determining whether a proposed recipient of a living specimen of African elephant and or southern white rhinoceros is suitably equipped to house and care for it, contained in Annex 2 to the present document, and consider submitting it for consideration at COP19. And finally, taking into account the guidance in Annexes 1 and 2 to the present document and the guidance contained in document COP18 Doc 44.1, make recommendations as appropriate, including possible revisions of Resolution Conf 1120, Ref COP 18, and any other relevant resolution for consideration at COP 19. These last recommendations are only in relation to think about where to best place these guidance documents, not to discuss the whole resolution. That concludes my introduction. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair of the Animals Committee. So we are looking at SC74 Doc 50 and the recommendations brought to us by the Animals Committee in paragraph 17, which includes some guidance documents and some new draft decisions to replace existing decisions. So I'll open the floor to members of the Standing Committee for your comments on the recommendations from the Chair of the Animals Committee. I will also invite observer parties who wish to speak. Senegal, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam. I'm taking the floor as the African representative, not as Senegal. I would like to thank the chair of the Animals Committee for having presented this matter, which is of the utmost concern to us. If you will recall, Madam, this is a matter that we have had on our agenda before COP18 met in Switzerland. We seem to be dealing with a double-headed serpent here. We make some headway, and then we find ourselves dealing with yet another head. In our region, in any case, this is a matter that has, in fact, been said and repeated by the committee that was set up to deal with this. We're talking about activities that are aimed at conserving species in situ. This is of a double advantage to us, because if we protect these elephants in our homes, they will attract tourists, and that will be advantageous to us. If, however, we allow for elephants to be exported, we have two problems with this ex-situ movement. Environmentally, we have problems. If you send an elephant to an area where the climate is cold, that is a problem, and there are ethical issues because elephants are not familiar with the cold. There are other issues to do with adaptability. the food that is given to elephants that are sent out of Africa will not be the same as what they are used to being fed or eating. These are substitute feeds. I am not going to dwell on this, but what we have already looked at and promoted is doing what we can to conserve species in situ and not have ex situ solutions. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Senegal. I had the United States, followed by the United Kingdom and Burkina Faso. United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States thanks the Animals Committee for this important work and generally supports the Animals Committee's recommendation to the Standing Committee A, C, and D, detailed in the document SC 74 Doc 50. We have a few specific points to share on each of the recommendations. With regard to recommendation A, the United States supports this recommendation to continue the work that was not able to be completed under the current decisions. Regarding Namibia's interpretation with regard to trade in live elephants to non-range states, based on the text and intent of the annotation, we also view trade by Namibia to non-range states to be traded in Appendix 1 specimens requiring compliance with Article 3. Live elephants from Namibia traded in accordance with Annotation 2, Paragraph B, are traded as Appendix 2 specimens under Article 4 requirements and require a CITES export permit where the legal acquisition and non-detriment findings are made by the exporting country. Under Annotation 2, Paragraph B, these live elephants may only be traded within the native range of the African elephant for, quotes, in situ conservation programs. If the requirements of Annotation 2, Paragraph B are not met, the final sentence of the annotation requires that the specimen is traded as an Appendix 1 specimen and subject to Article 3 requirements. For example, elephants from Namibia or South Africa imported into the United States would be regulated pursuant to the requirements of Article 3 as an Appendix 1 specimen. No import of an African elephant to the United States can occur without either a prior import permit issued by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in accordance with Article 3, or, in the case of elephants originating from Zimbabwe or Botswana, if the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has made prior findings under the appropriate and acceptable destination annotation in accordance with Resolution Conf 11.20 Rev Cop 18. The United States is concerned by the responses of Namibia and Zimbabwe regarding their implementation of the Convention for Live Elephants based on the reports of trade in live elephants by Zimbabwe and recent auctions held in Namibia for trade to unknown destinations. We are not yet convinced that the reported exports of African elephants are benefiting the conservation of the species, and we are also very concerned about the conditions of trade and about what happens to these elephants once imported. We believe we need more information from the countries involved in this trade before we can be assured that the trade is benefiting the species in the wild. It is our view that countries that are a destination for trade in live elephants need to ensure that the trade is not only legal and sustainable, but also benefits the survival of the species in the wild, either by ensuring that revenues generated by the trade is going back into elephant conservation to address human-elephant conflict, habitat loss, poaching, and other conservation needs for elephants. In addition, countries importing elephants need to ensure proposed recipients of live African elephants are suitably equipped to house and care for the elephants. The United States is also concerned about the care for African elephants once they are imported. With regard to recommendation C, the United States supports submitting the non-binding best practices on how to determine whether the trade would promote in situ conservation contained in Annex 1 for consideration at COP 19 with a minor correction. The references throughout Annex 1 refer to, quote, a scientific authority and/or management authority, in parens SA/MA, close paren, close quote. It appears this language should be changed to both, quote, a scientific authority and a management authority, paren SA and MA, close paren, close quote, and elsewhere to SA and MA to align with the current text in Resolution Conf 11.20, Rev Cop 18, paragraph 2B. With regard to recommendation D, the United States generally supports adoption of this guidance and finds that the list of factors to consider is relevant and should be applied for both African elephants and rhinos. The United States supports having combined guidance for both species, although the results of applying these factors for the two species could result in different outcomes. With regard to recommendation E, as the United States expressed at COP 18, the new language of paragraph 1 of Resolution Conf 11.20 adopted at COP 18 was not clearly drafted and remains open to multiple interpretations. It is the United States' understanding of the process established by Resolution Conf 11.20, Rev Cop 18, paragraph 1, that under the resolution, the AC, the Animals Committee, has a consultative role, meaning it is given an opportunity to advise the parties involved, the country exporting the live elephant that originated in Botswana or Zimbabwe, and the importing country, on whether or not the proposed trade meets the exception. It is then for the parties concerned to consider any advice offered by the Animals Committee and any other relevant information that may be available to them and make their own decisions on whether or not to allow the trade. Under the exception, the parties concerned may allow the trade if they both come to the conclusion that a transfer to an ex situ location will provide demonstrable in situ conservation benefits for African elephants, and if the other relevant CITES requirements are met, for example, non-detriment finding, legal acquisition finding, suitably equipped to house and care for finding. As explained by the proponent of this exception at COP 18, the EU, the added consultation process in this exception would provide a transparent and inclusive way forward until the process described in the decision 18.152 to 18.156 has been concluded, and the issue is revisited at the next meeting of the Conference of the Parties. Through this process, information is being collected and assessed and will continue to be collected and assessed under the new decisions under the recommendation A, so that science can inform guidance on in situ conservation and drive decision-making. The guidance provided in the Annexes 1 and 2 is anticipated to help the parties involved to make the determinations for trade in live animals subject to an appropriate and acceptable destinations annotation. At this time, given the parties have yet been able to make use of this guidance, it may be most appropriate to defer considering whether further amendments of Resolution Conf 11.20 Rev Cop 18 are needed as part of the new decision proposed under Recommendation A. However, if the language of the resolution is not clarified, then it will remain open to multiple interpretations. And Chair, before I close and thank you, I'd like to ask to have this statement put into the lengthy Standing Committee 74 summary record, and we have provided a copy to the rapporteur. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, United States. Thank you for your support for the draft decisions, your comments on the concerns in paragraph 9, support for the guidance with some editorial fixes to Annex 1, to the guidance in Annex 1, and your comment that at this time, it's, until there's some experience, it's too soon to consider inclusion of it in the resolution. So I thank you, United States. The next on my list was the United Kingdom, followed by Burkina Faso.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to thank the Animals Committee for SC 74 Doc 50. We welcome the committee's work to develop the 2 guidance documents in Annex 1 and 2 and support their submission for consideration at COP19. Further, we support the draft decisions presented in paragraph 4, replacing decisions 18152 to 18156 being submitted for consideration at COP19. Turning to the concerns raised in paragraph 9A relating to Namibia's interpretation of its exports of live African elephants to non-range states and the use of Article 3 instead of Article 4 provisions. This serves to highlight a worrying inconsistency in the treatment of export of live wild elephants listed under Appendix 1 and 2. We note there are differing views on this, and we would therefore ask for Namibia to provide written clarity on this point in time for consideration at SC 75. More broadly, there is a need to address this issue as a matter of urgency. We need to ensure greater consistency on the restrictions on the export of live Appendix 1 and Appendix 2 elephants. The UK would be happy to work with like-minded parties to put together a document for COP19. It is also with great concern that we have learned that Namibia has recently authorized the export of 22 wild elephants to UAE. Aside from the worrying welfare concerns being reported with this export, we ask that the Standing Committee request that Namibia and UAE provide a full explanation on how the movement meets the requirements of the Convention. This should include information on their interpretation of the Convention and how the requirements of Article 3 were met. In particular, how the UAE Management Authority was satisfied the specimens were not to be used for primarily commercial purposes, the basis and justification for the non-detriment findings made by the scientific authorities of Namibia and UAE, and the determination by UAE that the recipient is suitably equipped to house and care for the specimens. In addition, both parties should provide information on any demonstrable in situ conservation benefits to be derived to African elephants. We ask that this information be provided in good time prior to the 75th meeting of the Standing Committee for review and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. Next on my list was Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to start by thanking the Animals Committee for their report. With respect to the report itself, we would like to say that members of the Coalition for African Elephants, of which we are a member, have already had the opportunity to tell the Standing Committee and Conference of the Parties that the export of elephants captured in the wild in our countries in range states are very damaging. Such exports are damaging for the elephants themselves and for wild animals in general. We would therefore endorse Senegal's statement on this question. We have to take the floor yet again today in order to defend this position. This in the light of points raised by Document 50. We deplore the recent export of 22 elephants from Namibia to the United Arab Emirates. This confirmed by Namibia last Sunday, just before our meeting began. We thought that CITES parties had made the situation very clear at COP18. We thought this would not happen again. Namibia, to justify these exports, chose its own interpretation of Annotation 2 with respect to these elephants being Appendix 2 listed. We cannot support that interpretation of the annotation. It is our view that these exports go against the parties' will and the very clear language of Annotation 2. And we would here refer to the document submitted by Burkina Faso in INF 15. we would invite the Standing Committee to inform COP19 that Namibia's exports go against the CITES. Standing Committee should reject the mistaken analysis of the last paragraph of Notification 2. With respect to Annex 1 to Document 50, we would like to say that we have noted that the Animals Committee has not reached consensus on this. We feel that Decision 18155 should be extended to COP so that COP can have a more extensive discussion of this matter. Zimbabwe's communication following COP18 and the amendments of CONF 1120 cannot be considered a reservation because the convention does not allow for reservations to resolutions to be entered. We should be clear on this matter in order to avoid setting any damaging precedents. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Burkina Faso. I understand I had Senegal and Belgium. No to Senegal. Okay, Belgium, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The EU and its member states support the non-binding guidance as developed by the Animals Committee Working Group presented in Annex 1 and 2, as well as the new draft decisions contained in paragraph 4, allowing the Secretariat to issue a notification requesting feedback from parties on information contained in a dedicated website. The Animals Committee has asked the Standing Committee to look into the two issues in paragraph 9 of SC Doc 50 and to provide advice on them. With regards to the trade in live elephants, there is the question about the legality of certain trade that has happened and may still happen in the future. We deeply regret that export from Namibia to the United Arab Emirates took place just prior to the start of this meeting, which was requested to consider this issue. We appreciate additional information provided by Namibia to the EU about the timing and conditions of this export. At the same time, we are concerned that the situation may interfere with the work still to be done by this committee and ultimately by the COP. Nevertheless, it's important to focus on the questions that are before us and, more importantly, how we can improve the situation and provide a clear and unambiguous legal framework for the trade in live elephants. So instead of running the risk of losing ourselves in long legal discussions, we would ask everyone to take a step back and try to define our overall objectives related to this trade, taking into account the different views of parties in this delicate matter and within the framework of the Convention. We recognize that peoples and states are and should be the best protectors of their own wild fauna and flora, but we also recognize the call for more transparency and clarity in this process of trade in live elephants, not only in this community, but also by the general public. In this attempt to take a step back, we've tried to formulate this overall objective related to trade in live elephants, and we hope to engage in a debate and find a common understanding around the following ideas. Such trade, be it commercial or not, should be done in a transparent manner. It should be carried out in a manner that generates conservation benefits and respect for proper handling and care for these animals. It should go only towards appropriate and acceptable destinations in the ordinary meaning of these terms. The Intersessional Working Group has been tasked with developing criteria to which such trade should be held against. As mentioned in our interventions at the last COP on this subject, we will need to revisit this resolution Conf 11.20 Ref COP 18 at the next COP. We feel these criteria should be respected for any trade in wild elephants, so we have a common regime for such trade, whether commercial or not, whether to in situ or exceptionally to ex situ locations. In order to have this much needed transparency, an oversight by the Animals Committee should be embedded in the process. There may be different avenues to arrive at such a situation, and we want to work together with the range states and other parties towards this goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. I see Canada and China. Canada, please.
Thank you, Chair. Canada thanks the Animals Committee for advancing this work and supports the submission of the non-binding guidance and on how to determine whether the trade would promote in situ conservation and whether a proposed recipient of a living specimen of African elephant or southern white rhinoceros is suitably equipped to house and care for it. Canada would support updating the website with the information from Annex 1 and 2, noting, however, that Annex 2 could benefit from the input from parties' experiences in using the guidance during the next intersessional period. Canada would not support, at this point, inclusion of Annex 1 or 2 in Resolution Conf 11.20. Regarding the items the Animals Committee forwarded to the Standing Committee concerning implementation matters pertaining to Namibia's trade of live animals using stricter domestic measures under Article 3, Canada considers that the articles of the Convention give parties the right to trade under stricter measures, as it is the case for Namibia. Canada also notes Zimbabwe's communication with respect to Resolution Conf 1120 and considers that modifications to the resolution are in the nature of guidance, even though inclusion in the appendices suggests otherwise. We consider that part of the challenge is that the requirements of the annotation to this Appendix 2 listing is stricter than what is required under Article 3 for Appendix 1 species. There's also the issue of referencing non-binding resolutions in an annotation that is used to define parameters for the listing. Canada suggests that this matter merits further consideration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Canada. China, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. La Chine apprécie les
Thank you, Madam Chair. China appreciates the Animals Committee's efforts in preparing this document. We see that the definition of appropriate and acceptable destinations seems to be one that is being extended beyond animals' survival in a specific site. The definition is now being used to consider the sustainability of wildlife. We mustn't forget that at AC 31, a decision was taken. It was decided to stop Conf 8.3 resolution. But the decision is not reflected in the document before us. We would like to invite the chairman of the working group to please heed the decisions taken on these matters. Thank you.
Thank you, China. Yes, I see, but I'm taking members of the Standing Committee first, as per the rules. So I have Israel and Congo, and then I will turn back to the parties. I do see you, Gabon. Once I have the Standing Committee have an opportunity, I will pass to you. Israel, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just briefly, we would like to align ourselves very closely with the comments by Burkina Faso, which reflect our view of the two issues in paragraph 9. Talking about paragraph 9 and the issue of Namibia's export and their interpretation, we would like to bring to light the statement made by the Secretariat to the press on September 2021 on this issue, and we found that statement very wholly lacking in detail of what are the issues at hand here. When in giving an interpretation of whether live trade is permitted or not permitted under the rules of the treaty, the statement failed to mention that Appendix 1 should only be trade should only be taken in exceptional circumstances, and it has to be proven that it's non-commercial, and this issue was not even mentioned in the statement. Resolution 5.10 goes into very specific details under definition of a non-commercial trade, and if Namibia is interpreting their trade as Article 3, then they have to show what are the exceptional circumstances that warrant that trade, how is it non-commercial, and under what conditions it related to the Article 3 it actually took place, and this information was not provided. We agree with Burkina Faso and other states that stated that we do not see this as an Article 3 issue, but Namibia's trade is definitely should be enacted under Article 4, in which case Resolution 11.20 needs to be taken into account. Similarly, on paragraph 9, part 2 on Zimbabwe, we feel that their interpretation of annotation or reservation to annotation, as was mentioned in earlier discussions, is not appropriate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Israel. Congo?
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On this subject, Congo is one of the members of the African Elephants Coalition, and we support the position and the intervention of Burkina Faso and those who have spoken along the same lines. Thank you.
Thank you, Congo. Oceania, please.
Thank you, Chair. We join with the previous speakers in supporting the draft decisions and the non-binding guidance documents being submitted to COP. It's Oceania's view that all African elephant animals forming part of the population of Namibia are subject to the Appendix 2 listing and therefore should be traded in accordance with Article 4, as has been stated by our colleagues from Israel. Given this in accordance with Annotation 2, paragraph B, we believe that Namibia should only export live elephants for in-situ conservation programs. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Oceania. I think I've exhausted the members of the Standing Committee who have, oh, Namibia, please. Gabon, we will get to you. Namibia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We would like to join others in thanking the Animals Committee for submitting this document in front of us. And having said that, Chairperson, we are in support of recommendations contained in paragraph 17, specifically in A, C, D, and E. Regarding to recommendation B, I'm going to make a very short statement, Chairperson. Chairperson, we would like to underscore the following points before we go into the technicalities of the discussions on the issue of export of live elephants from Namibia. First of all, Namibia is aware of a sovereignty as a state. However,
we do very much respect and value the views of others because we are part of the international community and we cannot work or live in isolation. We have joined this convention voluntarily with the aim of joining other parties to regulate international trade in endangered species of wild fauna and flora within the provision of the CITES Convention. Our government respects the rule of law, hence we cannot violate domestic, neither international laws just to sell live elephants. We are maintaining that we have not violated any of our domestic laws, neither the text of the convention to trade in live elephants. And if we have, the provisions of the conventions are very clear and we can be dealt with in accordance with the provision of the convention. We are humbly asking that we stick to science and legal provisions in discussing this matter, otherwise we'll not go anywhere. Madam Chair, there are some facts which should be considered when we are discussing this matter, and I have listed 6 of them here, just for today's discussion, but we can go over 6. The first one is that we want to underscore that we have been very transparent about this sale. We have got nothing to hide, and we will remain transparent in dealing with this matter going forward. We just want to assure this meeting of that. The second point is that the removal of the 22 adult elephants from the Namibian elephant population is surely sustainable, and I think we all know, and that is science. Science can speak for itself there. These elephants we are talking about, they were removed from a human-wildlife conflict hotspot area where rural communities and local farmers suffered damages to their properties on a daily basis. And this, of course, has a negative impact on the livelihood of those people who are living with these elephants. And this is a very important point we'd like to make here. Point number 4, the revenue generated from the sale of these elephants has been deposited in a game product trust fund, which has been created. This is a fund which has been created by the Act of Parliament to retain funds from trophy hunting, sale of games, amongst others, for the purpose of species conservation, mitigation of human-wildlife conflict cases, law enforcement, rural development programs, just to name a few. These funds have not gone to government coffers, but they are simply going straight to wildlife management and rural development programs. Point number 5, we should also take note that the Namibian government is not the exporter. Of course, we have been involved in issuing of permits. We have to process applications because we, the government, we are the authority, the regulator. But we are not, or we were not involved in any export-related logistic arrangements. We were not involved in that at all. And the reason why we are mentioning this is because we keep being reminded that the timing is not correct. And we just want to make that very clear, that we were not involved in any of the logistic arrangements. The last point, Chairperson, paragraph 9 of Resolution Conf 11.21, Rev, which Rev is that? It's okay, 11.21. It states that for species transferred from Appendix 1 to Appendix 2 with an annotation specifying that only certain type of specimens are subject to the provision relating to species in Appendix 2, unspecified specimens shall be deemed to be specimen of species included in Appendix 1, and trade in them shall be regulated accordingly. As a result, we have traded in these elephants under Article 3 of the Convention, and we can guarantee you that we have followed the conditions under that article, which are applicable, of course, to us as an exporting state. And we have only issued the export permit when we were satisfied that all those conditions were met. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Namibia. And I have had Gabon waiting very patiently to intervene. So Gabon, please, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will not be long. We align ourselves with Burkina Faso's conclusions, according to which exports carried out by Namibia and Zimbabwe, in fact, don't respect the provisions of the Convention. And then, in terms of the practical non-binding guidance in Annex 1 and 2 of document SC74 Doc 50, we are concerned by the fact that the working group is set up by the Animals Committee at its 31st meeting has not reached a consensus. We also recall that Annex 1 in document 74 Doc 50 is not in line with the position of the IUCN African Elephants Specialist Group, which does not recommend the export of live elephants. We think that's a very important point to recall. In the view of the proceeding, we consider that we should have a continuation of the discussions and that it should be followed up at COP19. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabon. I do hope to wrap this up shortly, and I know I have some observers who would like to speak as well. So I'll take the parties who are requesting the floor, but I'd ask you to be very brief. I'm hearing good support for the decisions, so paragraph 5 of the document. I'm hearing support for the 2 annexes and sending those documents forward to the Conference of the Parties. And I'm hearing a lot of views on the issues regarding the trade, including some considerations for moving forward provided by some parties. And so I would like to wrap this up so that we can try to maybe have Friday to ourselves, a Friday night. But so with that, I'll ask, I believe Kenya and Guinea, I'll take those last 2 parties. Kenya, Guinea, and Zimbabwe, and then I'd ask, please, if we could leave the parties. I will take 1 or 2 interventions from observers, and then I will conclude. Kenya, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be very brief that we are in support with the intervention made by Burkina Faso on behalf of the African Elephant Specialist African Elephant Coalition Group, which Kenya is a member, and also align ourselves with comments from Oceania, Israel, Congo, and Senegal. Madam Chair, the discussion on appropriate and acceptable destination has been a subject of discussion, and in the last COP, we kind of came up with an understanding of it, including where export has to come from the African range states, that there was a requirement to consult with the African Elephant Specialist Group. Madam Chair, this is very subject that requires a bit of science. I've listened carefully on the rationale that Namibia based the current export of the 12 adult elephants. But I think we need to stick to the text of the convention, because once we agree on facts, then it will be binding to all the parties. So, Madam Chair, I will leave it there and strongly support the recommendations that were made by the 30-member group on this subject. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. Guinea, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We support the conclusions and a statement made by Burkina, Senegal, and other opinions that wonder about the plans of this proposal if it's not for economic reasons? Madam Chair, we are concerned by the CITES Convention. We, above all, value conservation of nature, and given the degradation of nature and the increase in illegal trafficking, this resolution will risk an increase in trafficking in our region. And that's why we think we need an in-depth analysis in order to evaluate all the risks. Thank you.
Thank you, Guinea. And I will pass the floor to the final party, being Zimbabwe, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Zimbabwe appreciates the work done by CITES Secretariat and the report as presented by the Animal Committee Chair. Zimbabwe appreciates the progressive contributions by EU and Canada. Zimbabwe also aligns with contributions by Namibia, our representative in the Standing Committee. Again, we seek to fully implement CITES resolutions and decisions as a country. Zimbabwe has a stable elephant population of more than 83,000 elephants, according to 2014 statistics, which is the second largest population in the world. We have done elephant live sales in line with CITES provisions after meeting all the CITES scientific and management authority requirements. We stand guided by the CITES Secretariat on the interpretation of the term appropriate and acceptable destinations as discussed under SC 74 Doc 86. Zimbabwe contributed to the non-binding guidance on determining whether a proposed recipient of a living specimen of African elephant and or a southern white rhinoceros is suitably equipped to house and care for it for consideration of adoption by the 19th meeting of the Conference of Parties to ensure that all future translocations are guided accordingly. I submit, Chair.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. So I will now take two interventions from observer organizations because I am short on time. So I will take IWMC and WWF. And apologies to the other observers who wish to intervene. IWMC, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering what we are talking about here. A lot of comments have been made that both Namibia and Zimbabwe have not respected the provisions of the convention. Now, when the amendment was made to the listing of the African elephant in Appendix 1 and 2 at COP 18, the two parties have recorded a reservation. Now, when we discussed the Article 86, item 86, during this deliberation at the beginning of the week, we never came to a conclusion. And I am hopeful that the decision by the parties concerned to register a reservation on this amendment to the appendices was a valid one. So consequently, this should be applauded to have, nevertheless, even if they are not a party to the convention for the purpose of that species, they have been doing a lot of effort to make sure that they will nevertheless implement as much as possible of the requirements of the Convention. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, IWMC. And I will take the final intervention from WWF, please.
Thank you. The most important thing we have to say is that WWF shares the view of the IUCN African Elephant Specialist Group and many others here in this room that there is no conservation benefit in removing live elephants from the wild for placement in zoos. And that view informs all of our policy on live elephant trade. That said, the effect of the revisions of Resolution Conf 11.20, Rev Cop 18, adopted at Cop 18, is to apply this policy only to exports under Appendix 2. Contrary to some of the interventions today and the legal opinion contained in SC 74 in 15, and despite our views on live elephant trade, we believe, regrettably, that currently there is nothing legally to prevent Namibia and other countries whose elephant populations are listed on Appendix 2 from exporting live elephants under Article 3 of the Convention by invoking the final sentence in the annotation to the listing, provided the importing country issues an import permit certifying that the specimens will not be used for commercial purposes. And even though we share the doubts of others that the conditions for issuance of such permits are not always met. And we would remind the committee that other countries whose populations are on Appendix 1 have exported live elephants under Article 3 in the last decade. Therefore, we consider that the committee should recommend revision of Resolution Conf 1110, I beg your pardon, 1010, Rev Cop 18, not 1120, Rev Cop 18, in order to establish common rules around the export of live elephants from all range states, irrespective of which appendix they are listed on, and with a view to ensuring that live elephants are not inappropriately used in the country of import. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, WWF. So thank you, parties. We have spent quite some time on this item, and I know there are a lot of views with respect to this issue and trade in elephants in general. I'm going to first take a look at the invitations in paragraphs A, C, and D of paragraph 17 from the Animals Committee. So it is my sense that the Standing Committee agrees to propose the draft decisions presented in paragraph 5 to the Conference of the Parties, as suggested by the Animals Committee. Well, some numbering issues. It's actually paragraph 4. I also understand that the Standing Committee agrees to forward Annex 1, non-binding best practice guidance on how to determine whether the trade would promote in situ conservation to the Conference of the Parties. I believe we can take on board the editorial suggestion from the United States to have scientific and management authority. I also understand that the committee agrees to advance the non-binding guidance for determining whether a proposed recipient of a living specimen of African elephant and/or southern white rhinoceros is suitably equipped to house and care for it, found in Annex 2 to the Conference of the Parties for its consideration. I think once we have the consideration of the Conference of the Parties, we'd be better placed to understand and advise on the invitation in paragraph E regarding placement of that guidance. I heard some concerns with placement in the resolution, so my suggestion right now is to bring this first to the Conference of the Parties and seek their consideration on the actual guidance, and then determine where to house and suitably care for it. And then finally, regarding the concerns raised in paragraph, I believe it's paragraph 9 of the document, there have been a lot of views expressed here. And so I would say, firstly, I am really sympathetic to the point raised by the EU about a long debate on legality. Furthermore, I don't think the committee right now has received enough advice or direction from the Conference of the Party on these important legal interpretation issues, so I don't think we are in a position to make a ruling. So it's my suggestion that we take good note of all the perspectives that have been raised on the issue. We note the concerns that have been raised. I note the points such as those raised by the United Kingdom about how this issue has brought to light some concerns on and discrepancies on the treatment of the trade in live elephants, and I believe that was echoed by a few. Parties, of course, are invited to, as the United States is indicating, to submit their detailed concerns for the summary record if they felt that that was reasonable. But my suggestion is that the committee take note of this wide range of concerns, and in particular take notes of the perspectives provided by those parties such as Belgium and the United Kingdom who are suggesting that who are suggesting to bring forward for consideration of the Conference of the Parties some considerations on how to highlight and address some of these consistencies. I think I will ask the parties themselves to really think about their concerns and the issues that have arisen, and bring forward those items to the Conference of the Parties for the consideration of the parties. Let's see. Okay. And there have been many approaches proposed here that parties can reflect on. So that is my approach to wrapping up this document. I think the main perspectives from the Animals Committee are agreeable, and there's clearly a lot more discussion that parties will need to have in order to come to a common understanding on trade in live elephants. So thank you, everyone, for your robust participation in this debate. I greatly appreciate hearing all the views, and of course, while these debates can be challenging, I'm always inspired by the amount of care and attention that people have for those species that are controlled under CITES. It is clear that we are all here under common passion for these species. With that, I think the next item on our agenda is document 68, implementation of Resolution Conf 1010, submitted by the Secretariat. So I will turn to the Secretariat to present this document.
Thank you, Chair. Document SC 74 Doc 68 provides an update on the implementation of various provisions of Resolution Conf 10.10, Ref Cop 18 on trade in elephant specimens, including reporting by the Secretariat as per paragraph 12 of the resolution. A number of provisions of Res Conf 10.10 are subject to separate documents prepared for consideration by the Standing Committee. Document SC 74 Doc 68 also includes information on the implementation of decisions on trade in Asian elephants and trade in mammoth ivory adopted at the 18th meeting of the Conference of the Parties. Part 1 of the document includes key features of the report in Annex 1. Annex 1 provides an overview of the levels of illegal killing of elephants based on the analysis conducted by the CITES MIC program. The Secretariat would like to highlight that with the addition by Zimbabwe of Wanke National Park, the MIC network now represents more than 50% of the African elephant population, and that the 2020 pike estimate in Africa is the lowest since 2003. Trends in illegal trade in ivory based on the analysis of seizure data by traffic is also included in Annex 1. An overall decreasing trend in illegal ivory trade from 2015 to 2020 is reported, with 2020 estimates comparable to the baseline levels of 2008. The Secretariat notes that the online systems, both the MIC online database and the CITES online systems, will play an important role in facilitating timely data submission for the programs. Parties should be encouraged to make use of these online platforms to meet these reporting obligations. The Secretariat commends the efforts of elephant range states and other parties, as well as partners in supporting actions to bring about the positive change in the trends in illegal killing of elephant and illegal ivory trade observed. Continued action and commitment by all role players are required to ensure the downward trends in illegal killing and illegal trade are maintained. The role and impact of the COVID-19 pandemic cannot be established at present, but could affect resources available in range states for conservation and wildlife management. Annex 1 also includes a report by UNEP WCMC on the information on legal trade in elephant specimens based on analysis of CITES annual reports. Information on the conservation status of African elephants and Asian elephant populations are included, as well as an update on the African Elephant Fund, on the implementation of the African Elephant Action Plan, and the report is provided by Chad as the chair of the African Elephant Fund Steering Committee. Part 2 of the document relates to the Mike Eaters subgroup of the Standing Committee, reconstituted at SC 72. The subgroup intends to meet in the margins of this meeting to discuss, among others, nominations for global and co-opted members of the Mike and Eaters tag, and will report back to the Standing Committee. Part 3 of the reports on the implementation of decisions 18.226 and 18.227 on trade in Asian elephants. The Secretariat received responses from 5 parties to the notification issued on 2 March 2020 to facilitate implementation of decision 18.226, and these responses are included in Annex 2 of the document. Only 3 of the 13 Asian elephant range states reported on the implementation of Decision 18.226. The Standing Committee may therefore consider recommending that Decision 18.226 be renewed and revised to be addressed to Asian elephant range states. With regards to registration systems, the Secretariat, through its MIC program, reached out to range states in Southeast Asia to offer support inter alia to the implementation of Decision 18.226 in the context of the project funded by the United States Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs. Under this project, the development of a regional system for registration of live elephants and investigation into the illegal trade in Asian elephants and their parts and derivatives can be supported. Considering the work the Secretariat initiated concerning the possible minimum requirements for a registering, marking, and tracing system for live Asian elephants to be consulted with range states, the committee may recommend that Decision 18.227 be replaced with a new proposed decision contained in paragraph 73 of the document. In Part 4, the implementation of Decision 18.120 on trade in mammoth ivory is discussed. The Secretariat could not secure external funding to commission the study in accordance with Decision 18.120 on trade in mammoth ivory. The Secretariat notes that other institutions and entities are conducting research in this regard and therefore proposes the adoption of a decision that directs the Secretariat to consolidate information emanating from the aforementioned research to inform considerations relating to the potential contribution of trade in mammoth ivory to illegal trade in elephant ivory and elephant poaching. The Secretariat therefore proposes that the Standing Committee consider recommending the deletion of Decision 18.120 and 18.121 and the adoption of a new decision contained in paragraph 77 of the document. The Standing Committee is invited to take note of the information contained in this document, its annexes, and the recommendations in paragraph 80. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So we are now looking at SC 74, Doc 68. I draw your attention to paragraph 80 of the document, which has the recommendations that the Secretariat just described. And in particular, recommendations regarding renewing of decisions as per G, H, and I under paragraph 80. So I open the floor. Oh, and to note as well, the Mike and Edith subgroup will be intending to meet in the margins of this meeting. So I open the floor now for comments on the recommendations from members of the Standing Committee. Belgium, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We thank the Secretariat for the extensive and useful report on the different elements related to trade in African and Asian elephants. We want to thank all those that contributed to the development of Mike Online and CITES Online, and we thank all parties that already provided their reports. We fully agree that proper reporting, both for legal and illegal trade, is very important, and we urge parties to make efforts to report properly and timely, and make use of the online systems that facilitate these reporting requirements. We are also cautiously optimistic about all the signs that the African elephant populations may be on the path to recovery, although everyone will need to continue efforts to consolidate the upward trends in the population numbers and the downward trends in poaching levels. In regards to the recommendations found in paragraph 80, we support recommendations A to F with a minor, with a suggestion for an addition in recommendation C, to include at the end a reference to the African Elephant Fund. So the recommendation C would read, encourage donors and partners to support African elephant range states to conduct and fund surveys of elephant populations, and then the new text, comma, and to encourage parties to provide funding to the African Elephant Fund for the implementation of the African Elephant Action Plan. I can repeat that if necessary. Related to recommendation G, we agree to this recommendation and we urge the relevant parties to respond. And related to recommendation H, we agree to the new decision, replacing decision 18.227 as described in paragraph 73 on Asian elephants. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. Next on my list, I have China, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to thank the Secretariat for having prepared this document. CITES implements CITES internationally, and we have a ban on the sale of ivory. We have good conservation practices in China. Our national legislation is rigorously, robustly implemented, and we work with countries of origin and transit to ensure that the illegal trade in elephants is fought along the whole chain in illegal commerce. When it is considered that China is the destination for those goods that are seized in transit, we need strong evidence that that is indeed the case. China would have a suggestion to make. Given the need to make as much of an effort as possible to protect Asian elephants, and given that Asian elephants tend to live in captivity, their reproduction in captivity is only takes place in Asia. So we would suggest an amendment to 73A subparagraph B, and we should have a regional system replaced with a goal to introducing a global system. Thank you.
Thank you, China. And so your recommendation is for draft decision 19AA subparagraph B, replace regional with global, so that it would read, subject to the availability of external funding, develop minimum requirements for a registering, marking, and tracing system for live Asian elephants to be presented to Asian elephant range states with the aim of establishing a global system. Okay, thank you, China. I didn't read back Belgium's point, but Belgium had indicated in ADC that we would encourage, in addition to encouraging donors and partners, we would also encourage parties to provide funding to the African Elephant Fund for the implementation of the African Elephant Action Plan. So in your interventions, if you have concerns with either of those, please indicate. Members of the committee? Ethiopia, please.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, and the Secretariat for compiling the report. We welcome the MIC and its reports and are hopeful that the data will continue to support a downtrend and elephant poaching. But with these encouraging signs, it's not a time to become oversatisfied. The African Elephant Special Group report noted that the new Red List assessment found savanna elephants to be endangered and forest elephants to be critically endangered. If the reports are accurate and these trends continue to show good signs of reduced elephant killing and ivory trafficking, this has been achieved because of our tremendous efforts so far. We must therefore remain vigilant and continue to support the closure of non-range state domestic ivory markets and ensure continued enforcement and prosecution in markets that have been closed. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ethiopia. I will continue to take interventions from members of the committee, and I also open the floor to observer parties present. Tanzania, please, you have the floor, followed by Gabon. Tanzania?
Thank you, Chair. Tanzania wishes to take this opportunity to thank the Secretariat for a very good report presented to us. Chair, we are being very specific on the issue of human-elephant conflict. And we are seeing the potential impact of human-elephant conflict in terms of species stability in the future. Currently, if you look at across range states, human-elephant conflict is becoming a critical issue. And of course, what we are seeing now with communities is a lot of retaliatory killings. And this is something that we need to capture. And I'm glad Mike program has started capturing these issues of human-elephant conflict. And I must say, Chair, while we have quite good mechanism in terms of regulating trade, if you look at the impact of human-wildlife conflict, particularly with the elephants, and the loss of habitat, it's really putting a lot of pressure on the future of the wildlife populations that we have. For us, within East Africa, 70% of the wildlife population is outside core protected areas. And what it means, you are talking of village lands, and there is massive human-wildlife conflict, particularly with elephants. In Tanzania, for example, areas around Ngorongoro last year, 21 elephants were poisoned, and none of the tusks were removed. So this is not to do with trade. We are losing elephants. It's nothing to do with the trade. So the question is, what is going to happen at the end of the day? There is massive human-elephant interaction that is going on. Yes, we are regulating trade, but look at habitat loss. 70% of the wildlife population is in communal lands. If they are not benefiting, they are going to cultivate maize for them to get their livelihoods, and this wildlife is going to go. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tanzania. And I now hear from Gabon, followed by India, and then South Africa. Gabon, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gabon would like to thank the Secretariat for this report on the implementation of 1010 Rev COP 18, particularly with respect to the update on the Mike and Etis reports, which provide us with crucial information. We would, however, point out that the Etis report does not provide information on where ivory is seized. Given the fact that there are legal markets that have an effect on illegal sales, we would like to know about ivory seizures, particularly with respect to countries that have not closed their ivory markets. We're also concerned at how slow the release of information on seizures from 18 to 20 has been, particularly since there have been reports of seizures of over 7 tons, and some in 2021 involved more than 700 kilos of ivory. We would remind the committee that a number of labs in Asia and in Africa can analyze ivory seizures, and they can be of assistance when it comes to regional cooperation in order to exchange this crucial information. In 2021, we provided support to 2 countries that needed to have some information with respect to elephant ivory seizures. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Gabon. I have India followed by South Africa. I note I only have 15 minutes left in this session, and we've only just begun to touch the agenda of technically today. So I would really urge you to keep your interventions focused on the recommendations at hand and as short and concise as possible, as I would be loath to start putting in time limits. So India, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. India would like to provide a very brief oral update on the implementation of Decision 18.226. Asian elephant is listed in Schedule 1 of the Wildlife Protection Act, giving it the highest legal protection available. Offences involving Asian elephants are punishable with imprisonment of a minimum term of 3 years, which may extend to 7 years, and a fine of not less than 10,000 rupees. The Act bans commercial trade of all elephant ivory and other parts and derivatives of elephant in India. In order to better manage captive Asian elephant populations, the Government of India has issued guidelines for care and management of captive elephants. Owners of captive elephants are required to have valid ownership certificates in order to possess or keep them. Additionally, in order to track captive elephants, the Government of India is also using methods such as microchipping and DNA barcoding. States in India have also constituted state-level captive elephant management committees for better welfare of captive elephants. India has launched a scientific assessment of wild elephant population to enable better monitoring and conservation of species. The Government of India has also declared the Asian elephant as National Heritage Animal of India. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, India. Next on my list was South Africa, and followed by Indonesia. South Africa, please.
Thank you, Chair. We will heed your call. We'll move straight to the recommendation. South Africa supports the recommendation in this document, and we note the improvement in the populations. South Africa would like to highlight recommendation E, very important in terms of reporting, so that countries are reporting correctly, and we would like to support the amendments proposed by Belgium. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, South Africa. Indonesia, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Indonesia thanks the Secretariat for the report and supports the recommendation in the report as provided in paragraph 80. In this regard, Indonesia is happy also to share that Indonesia has improved and broadened its efforts to protect elephants, among others by issuing an emergency action plan to save the Sumatra elephants population, and by establishing a guidance on how to implement elephant management priority activities such as monitoring, protecting, and conservation of Sumatran elephants. And while on the low response rate from the Asian elephants in the report, which includes Indonesia, we would like to share that unfortunately we have experienced some difficulties to implement such decision due to the current pandemic, in particular due to regarding the process of collecting data and information from the field, since it becomes slower due to the restrictions on the movement of personnel. Nevertheless, the program now and activities on the conservation of elephants in Indonesia now is implemented accordingly. That's our report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. And I believe that concludes all the parties who've requested the floor. So before I draw to a conclusion, I hear lots of support for the recommendations. I didn't hear any concerns with the additional amendments provided by Belgium and China, so I will take that to be generally agreeable. I will see if there are one or maximum two organizations that wish to intervene on this topic before I conclude. Thank you very much. Seeing no more requests for the floor, I conclude that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations found in paragraph 80 of Doc 68, and additionally agrees that in recommendation C, we also add an encouragement to parties to provide funding to the African Elephant Fund for the implementation of the African Elephant Action Plan, and that the Standing Committee, in agreeing to a decision 19AA found in paragraph 73 of the document, agrees to this decision with the replacement of regional with global. So seeing no further requests, I take that as agreed by the committee, and that concludes our discussion of this document. So the next document on our agenda is Doc 39. I don't anticipate finishing it in 10 minutes, but I will ask the Secretariat to introduce the document, and you can take your lunch hour to digest it, and then we'll come back and discuss. Your dinner hour, oh my goodness. That's right, we have 2 more sessions. No, okay, so document 39 on the closure of domestic ivory markets. Please, Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of decision 18.117, parties that have not closed their domestic markets for commercial trade in raw and worked ivory were requested to report to the Secretariat for consideration by the Standing Committee on measures they are taking to ensure that their domestic ivory markets are not contributing to poaching or illegal trade. The Secretariat issued 2 notifications to the parties to remind parties to submit information in this regard. In total, 10 parties responded and provided information in response to the notification. The Secretariat provides a summary of the measures adopted by parties and notes that the development, review and implementation of legislative provisions are the focus, since it underpins all other activities such as enforcement, including inspections as well as public awareness campaigns. Only 1 party reported on e-commerce, trade over the internet. This may be an area that requires further attention, and the provisions in Resolution Conf 11.3 COP 18, Ref COP 18 on compliance and enforcement, paragraphs 12 and 13 could assist in this regard. According to paragraph 9 of Resolution Conf 10.10, Ref COP 18, parties are requested to inform the Secretariat of the status of the legality of their domestic ivory markets and efforts to implement the provisions of the resolution, including efforts to close those markets that contribute to poaching or illegal trade. The Secretariat is of the view that the additional separate reporting on this matter, as required in Decision 18.117, may not be necessary, the Standing Committee could consider requesting the Secretariat to include a reminder to parties about the provisions in paragraph 9 of Resolution Conf 1010 in the notification issued annually on the provisions in the resolution relating to marking, inventories, and security of elephant ivory stocks. The Standing Committee is invited to note the report and consider reports, the reports and the Secretariat's observations, as well as the recommendations contained in paragraph 30. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So we will take up a discussion of the report and the recommendations from the Secretariat after the dinner break. In the interim, I will draw everyone's attention firstly to the website. I understand there are 3 executive summaries available. I do hope to make some more progress on our agenda before we take up the executive summaries, but perhaps we might take them up in the morning tomorrow, again, depending on our progress today. So just to make sure to take a look at those executive summaries. The Big Cats Task Force Working Group, the drafting group, is meeting at 5:30 in the Raza room, which is on the 0 level. I think you have to go to the back and down some stairs. There is also the Working Group on Pterocopsis is meeting today at 5 o'clock in Salle de Clem, and so that's on upstairs and in the back. And then tomorrow, the informal group, the Friends of Israel, the Friends of Cheetahs will meet tomorrow. Thank you very much. I hope everyone has a good break. Is there any other announcements to be made? Great. So we will see everyone here promptly at 7. Thank you. Panama, did you wish to speak?
Sí, buenas tardes.
Yes, good afternoon. I just wanted to remind everyone of the side event that we are holding. Please come.
They have a side event.
Please.
Thank you.
Please remember the side event.
And, oy, perdón.
No, está. No.
¿A qué hora enfrente?